we may begin.
Thank you. Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, April 4th, 2024. The time is 2:13 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmacie, Lim, Nash, and Melendez. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-94050. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov and clicking on the About menu item in the top. Under the About menu, click the Commission Meeting link. Scroll down to the bottom of the Commission Meetings page to find the live stream. We will be following the agenda order. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker card and specify which items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments without a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it over to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item, with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are now on to item 1, a report from the executive director. Ms. Garakian, do you have a report?
I do. My name is Michelle Garakian. I'm the Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation for the City of Los Angeles. Thank you all for being here today. I'm going to keep my report very brief as we have a long agenda before us. I also want to take this time before I give my report to thank our commissioners This is the first annual license-based meeting of this commission. I know we've done a lot of prep work in advance, so thank you for your service. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time. I also want to especially thank Rocky Wiles, who is the DCR's compliance and enforcement team leader, and her team, Irene and Josie, for putting together this meeting. There's a lot of work that goes into these meetings. And I want to thank them for their time and patience. And I also want to thank Jason, who's sitting next to me, who leads the licensing team, and his staff, or who are present here today. There's a lot of work that goes into these reports, from the staff reports, community meetings, CEQA reviews, CEQA recommendations. So I know everybody's been waiting for us to get to this moment. So I appreciate everybody who's listening and everybody who's in the audience for working with us. It's been a long road, but we're here. To that end, I'm going to give some brief updates on licensing, social equity, and compliance. For our licensing update, our first non-retail annual license was issued on March 24th. The state has issued a corresponding state annual license. This means it works. So we're very excited about it. First 16 retail annual license applications are in the CRC today. 17 additional applications will be considered by the CRC on Thursday, April 18th. The CRC, that's this body, by the way, if you guys don't know what the CRC, it's a Cannabis Regulation Commission, meets on the first and third Thursdays of every month to transition temporary approvals to annual licenses through early 2025. Over 300 cases need to be heard by this commission in the next 15 months. We're going to be very busy. We'll be here every first and third Thursday. Come and see us. Annual license applications have been prioritized by expiration of state provisional license date with no ability to renew, social equity, and general. Non-retail applications will be prioritized in the same manner, but DCR is not required to conduct a community meeting or present the case to the CRC, so a licensing decision may be rendered earlier. Cases that have retail storefront and other activities will be processed in parallel, and the non-retail storefront activities will likely be approved prior to CRC hearing the retail storefront case. Bookmark that part of the video if you have further questions about our annual licensing process. I'm going to move on to our social equity program update. I also want to recognize Dr. B, who's here with members of her team today. They have done a lot to get our social equity applicants to this place. So thank you very much, Dr. B. And thank you to the social equity team. For business licensing compliance assistance program, our one-on-one coaching is back. Please, our folks, if you are in touch with our social equity team, please reach out to them to be connected, either reconnected with your coach or get a new coach. They can find, calendar appointment on the DCR website, social equity program page, and then drop down to BLC. Most importantly, we are going to be having our first big event of the season, the inaugural Equity Week Training Summit. DCR is going to be hosting an in-person business development training at Amundsen Senior Center in Expo Park on April 11th from 10 to 3 p.m. It is free. It's a wonderful event. I very much encourage our applicants and future applicants to attend. Pro bono and low bono legal services are continue to be provided in partnership with Lockba and are offering services to all license types that have passed the pre-app phase of their licensure process. This is just for social equity, but social equity applicants with all license types. Qualified SEIAs may be eligible to receive up to 40 hours of legal service, 10 hours of free pro bono, and 30 hours of low bono at $35 an hour. That is a steal. If you are interested in taking advantage of this service, please go to the social equity icon on our website and click Pro and Low Bono Legal Services. Our next social equity stakeholder advisory group will take place on May 29th. And lastly, the April edition of the Cannadispatch went out. It's a wonderful edition. It was sent to your inbox. Take a look. My last update is the compliance enforcement update. For those folks that are in this point in the process where they're going through the annual licensing process right now, the Public Health Department site evaluation process has sunsetted. And now you're going to have to go through a longer, more protracted process. We were trying to inform folks for about a year and a half to take advantage of the site evaluation process offered by public health. But anyway, so that unfortunately is not available anymore. So you guys are guys who are going through this stuff, trying to get their C of O, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to need to reach out to public health, DBS, et cetera. DBS, as if anybody doesn't know what DBS, it's a Department of Building and Safety. They are assisting with a high level process for permit project descriptions. So what that means is we are working with DBS to make your life easier. So as soon as you transition from the DCR and you move over to DBS for next steps, we're trying to streamline their process as much as possible in terms of cannabis. We do not want them to be a bottleneck in the process. Compliance inspections continue to occur. We have a progressive enforcement strategy here, so we're not looking to bust anybody. We are looking to work with our applicants and licensees to ensure everybody comes into compliance. So if you get a visit or if you get an email or a call, please pay attention. We are there to help. We are also responding to public complaints and continuing to assist LAPD in determining if businesses are legal or illegal in the city. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Garakian? Hearing no questions, we are moving on to item 2, commission business. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look. Are there any planned absences from any of the commissioners? Hearing no planned absences, we are moving on to approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes for the meeting of March 21st, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Vice President Nash. I move to approve the minutes of March 21, 2024.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Farmacie, a second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmacie, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0 and the motion passes.
Thank you. We're now moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements and updates? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Thank you. We are moving on to item 3 on the agenda, the public comment period. We will now open public comment, general public comment, and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals that are here at the meeting and those that are on the call. Please bear with us. Are there any speaker cards or callers?
Yes.
Thank you. Candace Hawes?
Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Candace Haas. I'm speaking on item number 13. I apologize for being lumped in with the public comments. I just wasn't on the application.
Okay,
Um,
you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Candace Haas. I'm the Community Outreach Manager for the Pottery Los Angeles, and I bring over 20 years of experience in the nonprofit and leadership field of cannabis. I'm here to represent Pottery Los Angeles. After 6 years of operating in Los Angeles, we look forward to receiving our annual license in the city of Los Angeles. Over the last years, we've provided valuable community services to the local residents, including education, both virtual and in person, where we've been able to educate our customers on appropriate dosing and appropriate usage of cannabis, which is very important. We've also been able to maintain and operate a monthly compassionate cannabis distribution and donation program, also known as SB 34, where we provided free cannabis donations to veterans, to terminally ill patients, and to low-income seniors through our SB 34 program. We've also conducted daily trash pickups outside of our location, participated in local trash pickups, and also beach pickups. We have 24-hour security. Our staff also participates in weekly and monthly
Thank you.
compliance
Your time
meetings.
is up.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Andrew Dinsmore.
Hello, committee. Andrew Dinsmore, representing Greenhouse Herbal Center. I'm the general manager there. Same situation as the previous applicant. We were supposed to be
One
put on
moment,
there.
one
What,
minute.
what items are you speaking on?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're speaking on item 12.
Okay, thank you. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So Greenhouse Herbal Center has been a pillar of the East Hollywood community for almost 2 decades. Opening its doors in 2006, it's one of the original pre-ICO medical dispensaries. We've helped serve the East Hollywood community by providing a safe and secure alternative form of medicine for many different forms of ailments. It's been a small family-run business, and the owners also hail from the East Hollywood community. We're born and raised on those same streets that the business operates from. We do a lot of community outreach, including giving back to different organizations like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to jump ahead, Children's Hospital, Ronald McDonald's House, and I Have a Dream Foundation, as well as doing yearly Thanksgiving and Christmas toy drives. We also try to serve the community, providing safe streets and a secure area. We don't have anyone loitering on our streets, and we are heavily invested in security systems to prevent disturbances. There's no crime to speak of on our block, and in the 3 years that I've been here, we've never had any incidences. We have our staff clean up the sidewalk around the
Thank
building
you.
every day.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Vizel, are there any virtual
Yes, there is.
speakers? Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 3157. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
I am Sarah Armstrong. I represent Americans for Safe Access in Los Angeles and Ventura counties, and I have general public comment for 1 minute.
You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm heartened to see that you will be addressing enforcement and that you've hired Roe to help you. However, in reviewing the video from last month, in March, it appears that no legacy dispensary operators are included on your panel of experts. These people have been in business since 2007. They are extremely knowledgeable, having been deeply affected by first the city's lack of enforcement and then the proliferation of people who are unlicensed. I hope that you will include them in your panel of experts and make sure that they have ample opportunity to interact with you about this issue. Secondly, I would very much like it if employees working at these illegal unlicensed shops are treated different from management. They should not be ticketed. They are usually young and clueless. They do not know they are working at illegal entities because the entities go out of their way to try and convince them
Your
that they
time
are
is up.
legal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 4054, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Armin Cronian. I will be speaking on behalf of item 9, Holistic Pain Relief LLC.
You have 1 minute.
Hello, everyone. I'm Armin Cronian, the Chief Executive Officer of Holistic Pain Relief. Today, I'm here to support Holistic Pain Relief's application for an annual license, and thank you for this opportunity to discuss our application with you. Holistic Pain Relief has been a part of Los Angeles community since 2007. We were first obtained a business tax certificate 17 years ago, and we have remained dedicated to serving the community and adapting to the evolving regulations. We are now on the brink of realizing our long-standing goal of becoming an annual licensed cannabis business in the city of Los Angeles. Our commitment to the community's well-being is unwavering, and we pledge to continue prioritizing safety and responsibility in our operation and product offerings. As a business, we understand the importance of adhering to the operational requirements outlined in the rules and regulations for cannabis procedures. We're eager to collaborate with the Department of Cannabis Regulation throughout the licensing process, and thank you for considering our application. We're confident that our track record and dedication makes us a strong candidate for an annual license. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. President Mason, there are no raised hands.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda item periods are now closed. Item number 4, Neighborhood Council presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We will now consider item number 5, DCR record number LA-R-24-10618-ANN and environmental number ENV-100618-ANN. This is a request from Huntington Patients Association Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 3,000 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7011 Canoga Avenue. Ms. Treviso, is there a representative from the neighborhood council on this item?
Yes, there is.
At this time, we will hear from that representative. Chris Hickok.
Good afternoon, council. Thank you for your time and effort in helping all of us try to get these annual licenses. I know it's been a long time coming. My name is Chris Hickok. I am the Corporate and Regulatory Counsel for Huntington Patients Association. I have been representing cannabis clients since 2016 and have assisted in licensing and regulatory help for hundreds of licenses across the state and the country. As a compliance attorney, I would like to address a matter that is of the utmost importance to Huntington's as well as our industry.
Sir,
I'm sorry.
may
Go ahead, you go.
No, go-
Yeah, I'm not the neighborhood council, sorry.
No, you're not.
You called my
Yeah.
name, so I came up
Sorry.
there.
Oh,
If possible.
is there someone from
Is
the
there someone
neighborhood
from the
council?
neighborhood council?
Running unopposed?
No, there isn't.
Okay. That we're gonna put you on hold for a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. I
Like,
apologize
back
for
to
the
my seat.
confusion. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Thank you. So if there are no neighborhood council representatives at this time, we will hear from the department staff on the matter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director. Next slide, please. So as this is our first presentation for an annual license application, what we've tried to do with our presentations is put the summary information from the front of the staff report, because that is what I will be speaking to on the record. And then I will give a breakdown of our recommendation as well as any complaints related to a particular location. And then I will turn it back over to this body. For DCR record number LA-R-24-100618-ANN, this is a phase 1 business. So they were an existing medical marijuana dispensary. So they had the ability to apply in January of 2018 for their license. To be identified as an existing medical marijuana dispensary, they had to provide evidence that they had a 2017 BTRC in the L050 classification, or they had to demonstrate that they had registered with the Office of the City Clerk, and then they possessed the qualifying BTRCs from 2007 and either in 15 and 16. So any phase 1 business predated the creation of DCR, and they had the first opportunities to convert over when retail cannabis or adult use cannabis was legalized within the state of California. Huntington Patients Association is applying for a retail storefront license, which is a type 10 license with on-site sales. The applicant is seeking annual licensure pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. They are located at 7011 North Canoga Avenue, which is located in Council District 3. The closest neighborhood council is the Canoga Park Neighborhood Council. They are not located in a business improvement district. They are located in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan area, and their location is zoned for commercial activity. So it does comply with LAMC Section 105. The department's environmental analysis resulted in us determining that they qualified for a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions, which are for existing facilities and info projects. There was a complaint that was submitted through the complaint portal for this applicant. It was a single complaint of illegal signage, traffic obstruction, security personnel practices, and weekend parties, which DCR was unable to determine. So we found that those complaints were unfounded. And with that, next slide, please. So either the commission or DCR may deny an application for a number of reasons, such as failure to provide DCR with complete information or application documents, an applicant who tries to secure a license by fraud or material misrepresentation, the revocation of a temporary approval, denial of a license by another licensing agency, the creation of public safety problems as documented by local law enforcement or other law enforcement agencies, denying DCR entry into a business premises, discrepancies in the business premises diagram from what was approved. The owner is incorporated outside of the United States. The owner is an individual who holds office or is employed by any agency within the state whose duties include the enforcement or regulation of cannabis. They've engaged in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 104.15. If the business premises was the site of a utility disconnection, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years. At the present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for any of the reasons listed in Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission approve the recommendations included in the staff report and the issuance of an annual license to Huntington Patients Association, Inc. That concludes the presentation on this item.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Commissioner Farmacie, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Vice President Nash, do you have any questions?
No.
Commissioner Lim, do you have any questions?
I do have a question. Was there some citations filed against the Huntington Patient Associations? And has those complaints been resolved?
Great question. So our compliance team was established at the beginning of last year, and we're just going out to start to do our compliance inspections. There were a few minor compliance related issues that were cited, and the applicant is working with the department to resolve those issues. None of them are of a life safety nature, and they can be resolved through our normal progressive discipline process. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions, so will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Back again. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Chris Hickok. I am the Corporate and Regulatory Counsel for Huntington's Patients Association. It sounds like Jason spoke well of us, and I don't want to talk us out of an annual license that it sounds like we're getting approved on. But I wrote up this speech, so I will relay it to you guys. I already went through a portion of it, so I'll kind of just skip ahead. As a compliance attorney, I'd like to address the matter that is of the utmost important to us, and that is business compliance. Having been granted the privilege to conduct commercial cannabis activity, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that our business operates ethically, responsibly, and in accordance with the laws and regulations that govern us. Now, Huntington's is an EMMD that has been in compliance with Los Angeles regulations since prior to 2007. We have been and continue to be a compliantly operating retail establishment, and we pride ourselves on the ongoing compliance, patient, and customer care. Now, all of our operations, from verifying customers to ensuring packaging and labeling requirements, strictly follow the local and state regulations. To date, we have not been sanctioned, nor have had our license suspended, fined, or revoked by either the DCR or DCC, although we are working with DCR, as Jason said, to fix a few minor problems. Now, business compliance is not merely a matter of bureaucratic red tape. It is the cornerstone of a fair and equitable marketplace. When businesses adhere to the rules and regulations, they promote a level playing field where competition thrives based on innovation, quality, and service, not deceit or shortcuts. Furthermore, compliance fosters trust among consumers, knowing that when a customer leaves our store, they have compliantly packaged materials and safe product to enjoy. This builds trust within our community and the industry as a whole, and this trust is the bedrock upon which sustainable growth will be built. Now, however, achieving and maintaining compliance can be a daunting task for many businesses, especially small mom and pop shops such as ourselves. We often face a myriad of changing regulations, reporting requirements, and various legal obligations, which can be overwhelming to navigate without proper adequate help. This is why we have weekly meetings to discuss recent or upcoming changes in laws and regulations that may affect our business operations. We do this to ensure that we have mechanisms in place to insulate ourselves from accidental or even negligent non-compliant actions. We recognize compliance cannot be optional. It must be non-negotiable. Our team prioritizes initiatives that promote compliance and uphold the integrity of our business. We strive to work closely with our team, partners, and regulators to create a culture where we can thrive while operating within the bounds of ethical and legal conduct. As an example, there was a recent change in law related to Prop 65 warnings. We worked with our team to update our internal signage so that the proper warnings were given. Our team even went so far as to reach out to other distributors to make sure that they were aware of this change and to adjust their packaging and labeling requirements accordingly. In conclusion, compliance is a fundamental principle that underpins the integrity and prosperity of the entire community. And we at Huntington Patients Association take this responsibility very seriously. By supporting and enforcing compliance measures, we uphold the values of fairness, transparency, accountability, which defines us as a business. It is for these reasons that Huntington Patients Association are astounding operators and should be granted their annual license. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to open it up for deliberation at this time. Any discussion?
This is Commissioner Lim. I understand that being a small mom and pop business, it's hard to comply with all the regulations, and there's over 85 regulations out there. What measures have your owners have taken to make sure you comply with these regulations?
Well, like I said, we have weekly meetings where we get on calls and I try to update them on city regulations, state regulations, recent changes in employment law, try to see the future, so to speak, in federal regulations, state regulations. I mean, there's 30, 40 different laws being pushed through the state at one time. A lot of them don't make it. But we have these discussions to figure out, okay, how does this change our business? How do we move forward? And every couple months or so, I do a walkthrough of the facility. go through their SOPs, make sure there's compliant product on the shelves. If there's some things that are maybe, borderline. I mean, one big thing that a lot of people have issue with is packaging and labeling that's attractive to children. The state hasn't really given us a lot of direction as to what that is. It's just kind of if you see it, you'll know it kind of thing, right? So it's kind of going through and saying, hey, I think you should maybe talk to the distributor about some of this. Some of this looks a little bit potentially out of compliance, but it's just being in constant conversation and having those understandings with the employees, with the owners, to make sure we're always following the laws as best as possible.
Again, this is Commissioner Lim, what actions has the owner taken in regards to the lack of age verification of employees?
Of the employees?
Yes.
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, when we bring on an intake, we have an employee handbook that they sign. We get all their, the W-9s, all their forms that they need. But yeah, everyone's over 21, absent maybe an independent contractor who's working for, plumbing or something, who might not be, over 21, but every employee there is over 21.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Any other commissioners with a question? For the applicant? You can return to your seat.
Thank you so much.
And it appears we won't be having any deliberation on this item. So I am going to open it up for a motion. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. For item number 5, DCR record number LAR 24-100618-ANN and environmental number ENV-100618-ANN for the business premises located at 7011 Canoga Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated March 29, 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative from the neighborhood council on this item? I'm sorry. That's my fault. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to item number 6, DCR record number LA-4-24-100028-ANN and environmental record number ENV-100028-ANN. This is a request from Perennial Holistic Wellness Center Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,083 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 11701 to 11707 West Ventura Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative from the neighborhood council on this item?
No, there is none.
Thank you. We will hear a presentation from staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. DCR record number LA-R-24-100028-ANN is for the applicant Perennial Holistic Wellness Center Incorporated. They have requested their retail storefront license with on-site retail sales, which is a type 10 license under LAMC section 10406. They are located at 11705 West Ventura Boulevard. That is located in Council District 6. The neighborhood council is Studio City. They are not located in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass. The property is zoned for commercial activity. The department under environmental analysis ENV-1000-28-ANN is recommending to notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary as part of phase one. So again, in order to apply in 2018, they had to demonstrate that they operated in compliance with the Proposition D regulations and provide evidence of their prior operations, which is why they do qualify for a existing facility as well as an infill project exemption. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection. So there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, either DCR or the commission. Next slide, please. May deny an application for any of the reasons listed under Municipal Code Section 104.04. Summary again is failure to provide a complete information, documents, or forms, procuring a license by fraud or material misrepresentation, revocation of temporary approval, denial of a license or authorization to engage in commercial cannabis activity by another licensing agency, denying DCR entry to the business premises, discrepancies in the business premises diagram. An owner is incorporated outside of the United States. An owner is an individual who holds office or is employed in a capacity that actually includes enforcement or regulation of cannabis activities, engaging in licensed commercial cannabis activity, or if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed under Section 104.04. Next slide, please. So in summary, the department is recommending that the commission approve the recommendations included in the staff report, which are currently on the screen. And we recommend the issuance of an annual license to Perennial Holistic Wellness Center, Inc.
Thank you. Commissioner Lim, do you have any questions for Assistant Executive Director?
No.
Commissioner Nash, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Farmby?
No.
Commissioner Melendez?
No.
Okay, hearing no questions, will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Hello. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you so much. My name is Tim Dodd, T-I-M, last name Dodd, D-O-D-D. I am the owner of Perennial Holistic Wellness Center. I gave you, and I'm also here to talk about item 7. So I don't know how we want to do that, but most of what I'll talk about may be duplicative. So how would you like me to handle that?
We'll
Just
figure it
talk about
out.
this one? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm the owner and CEO of Perennial Holistic Wellness Center. We do business as Sweet Flower Studio City. So I've been involved in Studio City for a long time. I'm an immigrant. I've been in LA for 15 years. And one of the first places I lived in LA was Studio City. My kids went to Carpenter Elementary right around the corner from that store. So delighted to be here today and thank you very much for the time. For a Sweet Flower, you should have this handout, which I'll just walk through very quickly. So we have really 3 core things that we focus on: community, being a good neighbor, and driving representation and support in our community that we serve. My view is it's a privilege to operate these businesses, and so we try to reflect and integrate ourselves into our communities in every store that we have. Across Sweet Flower to date, we've contributed over $300,000 in donations and thousands of volunteer hours, primarily in the city of Los Angeles, to roughly 24 charities that we support. Some of that has been driven towards food insecurity. Some of that has been driven towards underhousing, and some of that is to combat racial and social injustice. I'm privileged enough to serve on the board of a group called the Black Cooperative Impact Fund based in Inglewood, which is an adjunct to work that we've done in Estill and Culver City, where we support Black and brown-owned businesses in that community. My other part of this is to be a good neighbor. So we are 100% compliant at a state and local level with all applicable regulations. We've had no neighborhood complaints. I serve as a community liaison for the majority of our stores in Los Angeles, and I'm available 24/7. We're a trusted partner of local cities and councils. And we, as I mentioned, we operate a 24/7 security team with patrols and live AI-powered video monitoring of not just our store, but the surrounds of our store and our local neighborhood and our other business proprietors, particularly in the case of Studio City, where we have had some break-ins of adjacent businesses. We've been able to work with law enforcement. We believe in driving representation. So we are 80% diverse at a race and gender basis at our store level, and over 90% diverse at our management team. We have a very lean team based here actually in Culver City, central Los Angeles. We reserve about 2/3 of our shelf space for legacy growers, for LGBTQ+ founders, for female, and for BIPOC-owned brands. We support those brands and we reserve and hold space for those companies. At a glance, turning the next page, the management team, including myself, have about 40+ combined years of legal cannabis experience, primarily in this city of Los Angeles. We have over 200 employees, and as I mentioned, we've donated so far over $300,000 back to charities in the communities that we serve across Los Angeles and across California. All of the Los Angeles stores are under a collective bargaining agreement with the USCW 770, which governs and protects our workers. We signed that CBA March last year. That's been a very good relationship with us and the USCW, so we're very proud to have that support from the USCW to support and make sure that our workers are well treated and looked after. And on the last page, just put some photos together of our stores. So the top two images are of the other store, actually. So the bottom two are of the store on Ventura, Perennial Holistic Wellness Center. So that's kind of the work we did on that store to open it up. My view is to try to destigmatize the use of cannabis, to serve our communities and to reflect who we are as an owner and a proprietor. So that store is, I think, the beautiful store, very open, very visible. We're trying to destigmatize the use of cannabis while remaining very, very compliant. So that's really who we are as a company. And then a photo of me and one of our key charity members, Food Share, which serves the Ventura County area. With that, I'll close for questions or remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? If so, please raise your hand. Commissioner Lim, you're recognized.
Thank you. Tell us about your odor management plan.
My odor management plan. So we have charcoal filters in all of our product rooms. Product rooms are actually a unique security design. They are grill mesh boxes inside our store. So they have their own ceiling, which is not shared with any other part of the building. And that's particularly in Studio City. And so the odor control starts with basically making sure that there is no live product in the front of the store. So when you walk into Sweet Flower, you don't smell cannabis because there's no cannabis present on the storefront. All of the product is live, is in the back of the store. That again is in a steel mesh box with walls around it, but the inside of that is steel mesh, which is very secure. Odor control sits within that, and there's a charcoal filter inside each of the HVAC units that power that room. So it's separate, contained, and charcoal controlled.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioners, any other questions? By hand. I see you leaning. Commissioner Melendez, you're recognized.
Now, I see here that you have 40 combined years of legal cannabis experience. Can you explain that? I'm just trying to figure out, this is so new that how could you have 40 years of experience?
Yeah, so we have, I've got 6. I've started this in 2018. The rest of the team have all had experience prior in Prop 215 days as well. But not even counting that, we have about 7 or 8 between my buyer, controller, myself, and then the store management team. Yeah, we've got that kind of level of experience. Some of them come from places like Madman, Cookies, but some of them come from much older mom and pop stores that we've integrated with as well.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing that there are none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, and I make a motion for item number 6. LA-R-24-100028-A and environmental number ENV -1000028-ANN, Perennial Holistic Wellness Center located at 11701 to 11707 West Ventura Boulevard. To adopt the staff recommendations as stated in the staff reports.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Farmacie, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
A,
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
I should have had him stay standing because he's also representing item 7. However, we are on to item number 7, DCR record number LA-R-24 -101803-ANN and environmental number ENV -101803-ANN. This is a request from Safe Harbor Patients Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,977 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1413 Westwood Boulevard. Is there a representative from the neighborhood council on this item, Mr. Vizo?
No, there is none.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Killeen, Assistant Executive Director. DCR record number LA-R-24-101803-ANN is associated with applicant Safe Harbor Patients Collective Incorporated. The applicant is seeking an annual retail storefront license, which is a type 10 license for commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business is located at 1413 South Westwood Boulevard. That is located in Council District 5, which is also within the North Westwood Neighborhood Council. They are not located in a business improvement district. The community planning area is Westwood. They are commercially zoned properly. ENV -101803-ANN is the department's recommendation to issue a notice of exemption for the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. This is a Phase 1 business, so they're an existing medical marijuana dispensary. To be determined in an existing medical marijuana dispensary, the business had to demonstrate that they were in operation prior to the creation of DCR, which is why we are recommending an existing facility as well as infill project license. There are no outstanding complaints or compliance related issues associated with this applicant. Next slide, please. And again, either the DCR or the commission may deny an application for any of the reasons listed in Municipal Code Section 104.04, which include the failure to provide complete information forms or documents, curing the license by fraud, material misrepresentations, denial of a license or other authorization to engage in commercial cannabis activity by another state agency or local agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency, denying DCR entry to the business premises. The owner is an individual who holds office in or is employed by a government agency where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The failure to comply with social equity program requirements, which are not applicable for this particular application. And if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of conviction. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. Therefore, next slide, please. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission approve the recommendations included in the staff report, which are on the screen, as well as we recommend the issuance of an annual license to the applicant Safe Harbor Patients Collective Incorporated.
Thank you, Assistant Director Killeen. Commissioner Melendez, any questions for the Assistant Director?
So when, Jason, when you say phase one, is that a legacy license? Is that the same definition?
Yes, sir, it is. Phase one was created under Municipal Code Section 104.07. In order to submit an application as part of phase one, the applicant entity had to be verified as an existing operator and have met the requirements and as an existing medical marijuana dispensary. So they provided us information from the Office of Finance, such as a BTRC. And if they didn't have a 2017 BTRC, they also had to provide evidence that they registered with the Office of the City Clerk in 2007 in accordance with the interim control ordinance in place at that time, as well as provide evidence of a 2007 BTRC for that applicant entity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby, do you have any questions for Assistant Director Kling?
I do not.
Vice President Nash, any questions for the Assistant Director?
No.
Commissioner Lim, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, well, actually, will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Hello. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone and you have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Sure. Thank you so much. My name is Tim Dodd, Tim, new word, surname DODD. I'm a designated representative of Sweet Flower Westwood, which is at the DBA for Safe Harbor Patients Collective. I don't really have much more to add, but I could talk a little bit more about the storefront and our work in the community if you'd like. So that storefront has been in operations in that location since June 2020. We actually moved there during COVID to that location. That location has historically not had a good representation or access to legal cannabis. Westwood community was, in my view, underserved. And it's also very much part of the Persian Square community. So have spent a lot of time working with our neighborhood council, with our neighboring businesses, and with local community groups to ensure that we are seen as a responsible and compassionate provider of cannabis in that community, which has been going very, very well. So we've done, I think, good work there. I'm very proud of our team. I could go to that store a lot. I am based in Culver City for work, so I do go to Westwood quite often on the way home. We spend a lot of time in that community, so we're very happy with how that store has developed, and also our business is reflective, I believe, of that community. So I will pause now for questions unless there's anything to talk to.
Thank you. This is President Mason. I do have a question. Tell me
Yes.
about some of the concerns raised by the neighborhood council and how you worked to resolve those concerns.
So there were no concerns from the neighborhood council. In fact, our next door neighbor runs a rug store, and he is also the president of the neighborhood council. So we spent a lot of time with Alexis when we moved in, and he's been very supportive. Some of the concerns we had were just really about two things: traffic. So Westwood Boulevard suffers from some congestion, and parking was another element. And then, of course, just general use of cannabis. So we addressed the traffic and parking issues with our own parking spaces at the back of our store on an alleyway that supports us and two other businesses. So we have, I think, 8 or 10 designated parking spaces. So we're well parked there, and we use those for our customers. For the use of cannabis, I think there's still some stigmatization of cannabis use. As you can see, maybe from these photos, we took a store that was essentially, that's our store on Westwood on the top. That's the inside of the store. So when we got to 1413 Westwood Boulevard, it was a bookstore, a nail salon, and a travel agency, and the entire in these kind of 3 units, and they're all closed. So it was vacant. There were vagrants. There was a lot of stuff happening in that like little unit. It was pretty bad. It was also non-code compliant. So we spent time and energy to bring that up to code, and then we kind of revitalized what I think is a kind of a key part of that block. This is a beautiful building, but it was run down. So we revitalized that part of the block. It's in the middle of that block to make sure it actually reflected the neighborhood. So I think just in doing that, we got a lot of brownie points by just saying, okay, these people are kind of doing the right thing by the neighborhood. And also After that, we kind of, it's been my experience with our customers and our patients that they are actually great people who respect the neighborhood that we are working. So the concerns about bringing in a certain element, the kind of the destigmatization thing that I'm very focused on, came to fruition through that, because we're able to show, like, we have a beautiful store, it is open and inviting, there's a lot of glass, you can see in, you can see out, you can see what's happening inside that store. It's not some kind of thing that people envisage when they think of the cannabis dispensary. It really is kind of just a very modern approach to cannabis retail, and that was always my vision for this store. That's kind of the top left photo is inside that store looking out. A lot of sunlight. I think sunlight disinfects, kind of takes care of people's misperceptions of cannabis, and that was really our view of doing that. So it worked both ways. It invigorated the community. So within about a month of opening, I think middle of July, we had the Persian community coming out and giving us white orchids, which, as a sign of respect, to thank us for what we were doing inside the store. So that was great. And that's 4 years ago. That's been wonderful.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Commissioner Nash, any questions? Vice President Nash?
Yes, how many locations does Sweet Flower have?
So at the moment, we've got 7. We're opening up in Fresno.
And are all the dispensaries you're affiliated with do business under the name Sweet Flower?
They trade on, yeah, they do business as Sweet Flower. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Farby, any questions?
I do not.
Commissioner Lim, any questions?
The tenant improvement, is that all completed now, or do you have some more?
No, that's been completed in July 2020. So we're done.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez, any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now open it up to the commissioners for deliberation if there is any. Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve? Well, is there a motion?
Yes, Commissioner Farmby. Item number 7, LA-R-24-101, 101803-ANN, environmental number 101803-ANN, Safe Harbor Patients Collective Incorporated, located at 1413 Westwood Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated today.
Thank you, Commissioner Farmby. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item number 8, DCR record number LA-4-24-100083-ANN and environmental number ENV-100-083-ANN is now up for consideration. This is a request from Cannatopia Gardens to approve an annual license for a 6,800 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 13507 through 13515 West Hubbard Street. Ms. Treviso, is there a representative from the Neighborhood Council?
No, there is none.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. A DCR record number LA-R-24-100083-ANN for the applicant Cannatopia Gardens is applying for a retail storefront license with on-site sales, which is the type 10 license type, pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business is located at 13509 West Hubbard Street, which is in Council District 7. They are located within the Sylmar Neighborhood Council. They are not in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Sylmar. the property is zoned for commercial activity. Under environmental analysis and clearance number ENV-100083-A&N, DCR is recommending the issuance of a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. Next slide, please. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize, some of the reasons for denial included in that section are, but are not limited to, failing to provide DCR complete information, forms, or documents, a material misrepresentation, or procuring a license by fraud, revocation of the temporary approval, denial of a license by another agency, creation of significant public safety problems as documented by a law enforcement agency, denial of DCR of entry into the business premises, the owner is incorporated outside of the United States, the owner holds office in or is employed in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis, failure to comply with social equity program requirements, which are not applicable to this location, engagement in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity, if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnection, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years, improper zoning. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. We did provide under Exhibit B a summary of the complaint and compliance related information for this location. In summary, a complaint was received of illegal commercial cannabis activity. DCR determined that the complaint was unfounded. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary who operated in compliance with Proposition D prior to the creation of DCR, and they were issued temporary approval based on the application they submitted in 2018. The business was licensed at the time where the allegation of unlicensed activity occurred, so of course it was unfounded. For compliance inspections, there were a few minor violations that were determined as part of the compliance check, primarily associated with deficient badges, not including all the information on the employee badges, needing to register delivery vehicles with the department, making sure that they had DCR delivery placards for each of those vehicles, and then of course having a Department of Cannabis Control, which is a state agency, motor carrier permit. So these are all things that are fixable, and they are working with the compliance team to address those issues. Therefore, DCR is recommending that the commission approve the, next slide, please, recommendations. Oh, I apologize. We have a member of the department, our compliance director, Rocky Wiles.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Compliance and Enforcement Division. Just wanted to make for the record one quick correction to the deficiencies found. It's not DCC. That was a typo. But just for the record, it's a DNV, motor carrier permit. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. So DCR recommends the commission approve the recommendations which are on the screen and included in the DCR staff report and the issuance of an annual license for Cannatopia Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Well, I'm sorry, before you approach, commissioners, are there any questions for Assistant Director Colleen? Thank you. Okay, you may approach now. Please state your name for the record.
My name
Your
is
relationship to the applicant.
Lisa Slaughter. I'm legal counsel to the applicant. So good afternoon.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and Commissioners. We wholeheartedly agree with staff's recommendations. We're working with the compliance department, and frankly, I know Commissioner Lim asked some very good questions about, well, how does this happen and how do you correct it? Which is employee training, first and foremost, right? And then it's following up on that. As you see, some of the violations were, in fact, all of them were technical in nature, filing DCR motor carrier permit, making sure the badge has an extra details and information. And my understanding is also that that has been corrected. We're still awaiting the detailed report regarding the security plan, and we'll address that, obviously. We did submit a security plan, of course, for the state license, which is in good standing. So the owner, Edvin Malin, us also here as well. And this is Mike, go ahead. Sorry.
Michael Sagan, licensing consultant.
So with that, I did have one correction on the staff report, if I may, which is very minor, and a question for staff, which is, the first question is, will the applicant or the licensee file the notice of exemption? Will that be the responsibility of the licensee?
The department is filing notices of exemptions with the county clerk. We'll
Oh,
take care of that.
great, fantastic, thank you. And then the other is in the staff report, it states in the front, as you showed here on the screen, it mentions council, it's the Sylmar. And then on the second page, it mentions Chatsworth. So I think that's just although Chatsworth's a great place, I think that's
My apologies.
yeah, no problem. I think that's just a typo. That was my question. Thank you to staff. And if you have any questions.
One moment. We were presented with a statement from the president of a neighborhood council.
Yes.
However, this is not representative of a community impact statement from the neighborhood council. I just want to clarify that for the record.
And that's from Kurt Cabrera Miller.
Correct.
And we're also appearing in front of the Plum Committee for the Sylmar Neighborhood Council, I believe later this month.
Okay,
April 25th.
thank you.
April
April
25th.
25th.
He couldn't give a actual approval recommendation until we went.
Until you go
them.
before the Plum Committee, and then it goes before the board for approval. Thank you. I'll be right with you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Farnaby. How you doing? Good. When do you anticipate that you will be full compliance based on the violations that have been mentioned today?
I would say, for example, we need to get the report specific to the security component. And we have security on site. I believe one of the issues was they simply couldn't find the security plan that's supposed to be there. But we are still waiting for that. I believe from what the owner has told me, and Mike can corroborate that, is that the badges have been fixed, right? That's pretty simple. And I believe they're in process of filing the delivery vehicle registration, the DCR delivery vehicle placards. There's a question about the DMV motor carrier permit that we're looking into. And really that was it. So it's the security plan, verifying that the security elements are in place for the security plan. There are guards. There's always a manager on site, and they have 24-hour guards, including when they're closed. So they're all in compliance with that. There've been no odor complaints. There've been no complaints, actually, except for the one unfounded one that staff mentioned. So I anticipate as soon as we get the report, given that we've been anticipatory in correcting those, should be very short, a week, 2 weeks, if it focuses on the security.
So the badges have been fixed and the delivery fleet information on I think it's enforcement form 3004.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, please. It's Mike Sagan. That form is ready to be submitted. We're just waiting on the official correction sheet. We haven't received anything from the enforcement team yet. This was the first we saw of the 5 violations on this report.
So it's typical just to make sure that we track what the violation is and communicate that specific. And they're usually pretty quick about providing us that, but this was very recent, I think a couple of weeks ago.
The inspection was only a couple weeks ago, and on this letter was the first time we saw the 5 minor violations, and they're all good to go. We're just waiting to officially submit the corrections.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I do have a question. You referenced earlier that Commissioner Lim had some concerns and they had to do in your
Compliance.
yeah, with the employee training. So I wanted to touch on that a little bit and see how revisions have been made to how employees are trained and what ongoing continuing training looks like.
Continuing training is consistent because every time you have a new employee, and there's not a whole lot of turnover, but obviously there's turnover and you have young staff. For example, implementation of a check on a badge before it's issued, right, by management to make sure, okay, it's right. Somebody just didn't go and change a name on the computer and Xerox the same badge, right, for the new employee. So that's one thing that's really simple to do. Also, everybody should know where the security plan is, right? A written copy of that. So that's making sure that the managers have trained all staff that's there, because manager could be in the bathroom and if somebody walks in, hey, I need to see your security plan, et cetera. So it's really a consistent protocol and training that for every single shift, right? Because it may be just one person that isn't aware, or it's not super clear that this is the protocol not to be deviated from. So that kind of spot checks and consistent training, I'd say I training every 3 weeks, or any new employee has to go through some very rigorous training, because obviously diversion of product, security cameras, protocol to come, who's coming in, how you interact with the security officer there at reception. That's all down. It's some of the minor, as they said, technical violations of filing the right paperwork, making sure your badge says everything that's on it. It's supposed to say everything that's on it under the regulations.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
This is Commissioner Lim. In your application, question number 3 is, does a project site have value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species? And you say it does not, but then you make reference to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Is there a reason to make reference to that department?
Yeah, I could answer that.
Mm-hmm.
So one form was required for each business. This business also has other activities, which is a cultivation activity. For cultivation activities, they do need to submit an application to the Fish and Wildlife, which is why that was referenced in that form.
Okay, but you don't have cultivation in your,
Not at this site.
I see, okay, thank you.
The rare Silmar red-chested bird. I'm making a joke that didn't work. That didn't work.
We're like,
I know you have a long agenda, just trying to add some
thank you.
little lightheartedness.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Hearing no other questions. Am I right? No other questions? Okay, we will move on to deliberations, if there are any from the commission. Okay, hearing that there are none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion that for applicant number 8 LA-R-24-10083-ANN, environmental number 100083-ANN, name the business applicant being Cannatopia Gardens, located 13507-13513 West Hubbard Street. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated under staff reports.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Is there a second?
President Mason, may I just interrupt quickly? This is City Attorney Allison Toll. Just want to make sure that we have the correct core record number, which is 100083. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there a second?
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now consider item 9, DCR record number LA-4-24-100-628-ANN and environmental number ENV 100-628-ANN. This is a request from Holistic Pain Relief LLC to approve an annual license for a 22,488 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 5993 South St. Andrews Place. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative from the neighborhood council on this item?
No, there isn't.
Thank you. We will now hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director. Before you now is DCR record number LA-R-24-100628-ANN. The applicant's name is Holistic Pain Relief LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the retail type 10 license type that has on-site sales pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business is located at 5993 South St. Andrews Place, located within Council District 8. The neighborhood council is the Empowerment Congress Central area. They are not located in a business improvement district. The community plan area is the South Los Angeles Community Plan. And this property is zoned light industrial, which is M2. It does qualify under Municipal Code Section 105 as a compliant property. The environmental analysis under ENV-100628-ANN is to recommend a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. This is a Phase 1 business, so they were qualified as an existing medical marijuana dispensary, and they were operating prior to the creation of DCR. So this is the conversion of an existing facility at an existing location, which is why we are recommending those categorical exemptions. Next slide, please. DCR, the commission may deny an application for some of the reasons listed under Municipal Code Section 104.04. A brief summary of some of the exemptions, but not all of them, or reasons to deny would be failing to provide DCR with the complete information, forms, or documents, procuring a license by fraud or material misrepresentation, the revocation of temporary approval or a license by another agency, the denial of an application by another agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. The owner is incorporated outside of the United States. The owner is an individual who holds office in or is employed in a capacity where their duties include the enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The business has engaged in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 104.15. Failure to comply with the municipal code or DCR rules and regulations if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of up to 5 years, or they're improperly zoned or distanced. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in Municipal Code Section 104.04. There are no outstanding complaints or compliance-related issues for this applicant. Therefore, DCR is recommending the commission, next slide, to approve the recommendations included in the staff report, which are on the screen now, as well as the issuance of an annual license to Holistic Pain Relief LLC. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Farmby, any questions for Assistant Director Colleen?
None.
Commissioner Vice President Nash, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Lim?
I do have a question. This application also has a specialty indoor cultivation license and a manufacturing license. What effect, if any, does this retail license have to do with the other licenses that the applicant holds?
There's no actual effect. So as an existing medical marijuana dispensary, they were allowed to apply for the retail and non-retail activities in 2018. Since the retail activities come before this body, their application was bifurcated to the activity that's before this body, and then their non-retail activities go before the director for the department's approval. The notice of exemption cites all of the activities associated with the applicant, because as part of that analysis, we're looking at all of the cumulative impacts that could be included with the activities of the operator. We did analyze both the retail and the non-retail, which is why we listed it under the notice of exemption, but there's no impact for their non-retails on the decision before this body today.
There's Commissioner Lim again, has the administration make a determination on the non-retail license?
Yes, sir. For the non-retail activities, we move those applications in parallel. Once this body has taken the discretionary action, if it coincides with the discretionary action taken by the department, we file a single notice of exemption, which covers the retail storefront and non-retail activities. If we needed to, if the department moved first on the non-retail, as part of that process, we would file a notice of exemption, which assume the retail activity ongoing. And of course, if this body does approve the issuance of the retail action after that point, we would have to refile a notice of exemption for that discretionary action. So the department is waiting to be the second mover to determine whether or not this body motions and takes the action to approve before we file the NOE, which would incorporate the department's actions as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Farnaby, any questions?
I have none.
Commissioner Melendez?
I do. I was actually going to ask you the same question that Commissioner Lim just asked, but my question is, have there been any complaints or any problems with this application?
Not to the department's knowledge.
Any other questions? Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? It appears there is no representative present.
President Mason,
Oh.
someone's on the virtual meeting
Okay.
and they raised their hand. We are just unclear if that's the representative for the applicant.
Okay, we can.
So let me unmute them. Please
Hello,
state your
everyone.
name if you're representing the applicant.
Hi, I'm Armin Kronian, Chief Executive Officer of Holistic Pain Relief LLC. Hello?
Yes. You have
everyone
10
hear me?
minutes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Armin Pronian, Chief Executive Officer of Holistic Pain Relief LLC. Today, I'm here in support of a Holistic Pain Relief application for an annual license, and I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to discuss our application. Holistic Pain Relief has been a part of the Los Angeles community since 2007. When we first obtained a business tax certificate over 17 years ago, we remained dedicated to serving the community and adapting to the evolving regulations. We are now on the brink of realizing our long-standing goal of becoming an annual licensed commercial cannabis business in the city of Los Angeles. Our commitment to the community's well-being is unwavering, and we pledge to continue prioritizing safety and responsibility in our operations and product offerings. As a business, we understand the importance of adhering to the operational requirements outlined in the rules and regulations for cannabis procedures. We're eager to collaborate with the Department of Cannabis Regulation throughout the licensing process. I want to thank you guys for considering our application. I'd like to thank the Department of Cannabis Regulation for supporting our application, and we look forward to receiving our annual license and support from this commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission, are there any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. Can you tell us what measures that you took so that you don't need amended water rights for your indoor cultivation?
An application was submitted to the water board, and the water board determines if additional documentation is needed, and our attorneys submitted those documentations. So to the best of my knowledge, we've received approval from the water board.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Any deliberations? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
Yes. For item 9, the record LA-R-24-111628 -8.
Commissioner Farmby,
Yes.
item 9.
Yes. I'm sorry? Yes, just one I'm reading.
Oh, I heard too many ones.
No, item 9, right? That's what I'm reading.
100.
Yeah, 100. Oh, say it again. All right. Rewind. Item 9. The record is LA-R-24-1000628 10.
Too many. It's too-
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me start over. Too many zeros. I got it. I see you. Item 9, LA-R-241-100628 -ANN. Environmental number 100628 -ANN. Holistic Pain Relief located at 5993 South St. Andrews Place. I move that we adopt staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Farmby. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. Item number 10, DCR record number LA-R-24-100019-ANN and environmental number ENV-100019-ANN is now up for consideration. This is a request from Kush Valley Collective to approve an annual license for a 2,500 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 6500 South Stamford Avenue. I'm sorry. Is there a representative from the neighborhood council on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director. Before you is DCR record number LA-R-24-1000019-ANN. The applicant's name is Kush Valley Collective. The applicant seeks an annual license for retail with on-site sales, which is the type 10 license type. Pursuant to Municipal Code Section 10406, the business is located at 6500 South Stanford Avenue. The business is located in Council District number 9. The closest or the neighborhood council that represents them is the Community and Neighbors for the 9th District Unity. The Business Improvement District is South Los Angeles Industrial Tract. The Community Plan Area is Southeast Los Angeles. The property is zoned MR2, which allows for limited manufacturing. I do want to note, and we make this note in the staff report on page 2, that the applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary, and pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 105.03B, an EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in Municipal Code Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025. On the condition that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions that were in place when the business was operating as a Proposition D business. So for our phase 1 retailers, the code did allow for limited grandfathering if they were located in an area that ultimately wasn't included in the city's final list of authorized zones. This is one of those instances because it's zoned MR2, which generally does not allow for the retail activities. The business will have to come into compliance prior to the issuance of a 2026 license for the location. However, with the issuance of an annual license and the business successfully getting their state license, it will be easier for them to relocate those licenses later to a compliant location. Thank you. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in Municipal Code Section 104.04. Failure to provide DCR complete information forms or documents, material misrepresentations, procuring a license by fraud, denial of a license by another regulatory agency. The creation of a significant public safety problem is documented by law enforcement agencies. Denial of DCR or city personnel to the business premises. The owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States. An owner is an individual who holds office in or is employed in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulations of cannabis, engaging in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 104.15. If the business fails to comply with the municipal code or rules and regulations, if the business was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the incident. Improper zoning and distancing do not apply to this business because of the limited grandfathering provided by the municipal code. If they do not relocate their retail activity to a compliant location by 2026, they will not be renewed into 2026. They will be afforded an opportunity to find a compliant location and reapply for the retail storefront activity at that point. There was a complaint submitted against this business. So under Exhibit D of the staff report, the Compliance and Enforcement Division did transmit a memo to this body. So I will summarize that for you now. DCR received a single complaint of employing a minor, smoking, and failure to check ID. When DCR did its inspection, we determined that the complaint was unfounded. Thereafter, DCR performed the annual compliance check. There were 5 minor violations that were discovered. They needed to update their business premises diagram. They did not have contact information displayed, and they needed to update their employee ID badges to make sure it had all of the relevant information. And then for the securities requirements, just discrepancies in information logged with the track and trace system, which is maintained by the state of California. None of these violations were of a public safety nature. All of them can be corrected, and the business is working with the department to correct those violations. There are over 85 violations that the Compliance and Enforcement Division can cite businesses for, in excess of everything else in the municipal code plus state law. So as these businesses are trying to get regulated and licensed, as regulations are changing both at the local and state level, there are sometimes minor issues where information needs to be added, or it has to be updated, or it has to be provided in a visible space that the businesses may miss. And as part of these compliance inspections, we identify those. The business has not been cited for any fines associated with the violations. And if they were to be cited, of course, DCR does have the ability to deny renewals, issue suspensions, issue revocations for the business failing to comply with any notice of violation within a timely period. So there are remedies that can be taken. So at present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed under section 104.04. Therefore, the department is recommending, next slide, please, that the commission approve the recommendations included in the DCR staff report, which are on the screen, as well as the issuance of an annual license to the applicant, Kush Valley Collective. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant or for, actually, I'm sorry. Any questions for Assistant Director Colleen?
This is Commissioner Lim. Can you tell us about this California track and trace system?
Sure. So in order to comply with state law, cannabis is basically tracked from seed to sale. So all of the cannabis plants that are used for cultivation are registered in the track and trace system. The track and trace system includes all of the licensees that are issued state licenses because regulated businesses can only do business with other licensed regulated businesses. And basically, each of the plants has a unique identification code. So cannabis that comes from that plant that gets manufactured and distributed and ultimately goes to the retail is tracked all the way to the sale to the final consumer. And that's one of the ways that the state protects the public safety and public health, is because if there's an issue with the batching, the testing, there's any heavy metals or anything found, they can actually issue recall orders and notify the people who've purchased that to then go ahead and return that cannabis to the retailer so it can be destroyed.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. You mentioned a compliance inspection and several violations. Do you know when that inspection was took place?
Yes, this compliance inspection took place on March 7th of 2024, so it was less than 30 days ago. As I previously mentioned, the Compliance and Enforcement Division was created last year. And as part of the renewal process for 2024, our licensees paid their annual compliance inspection fee. So our CED team is actually starting to do those annual compliances now. And it just so happens they were able to complete one for this location prior to this hearing.
Do you know the status of the violations that were noted during that inspection?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Compliance and Enforcement Division. We are currently working on issuing the notices to correct. We basically, like Jason mentioned, just started the program. We're still working with the applicants to get them to compliance, but we will be issuing all these notices probably early next week. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Lim. Do you know when the applicant was given notice of these violations?
I believe we haven't issued the notice
Right.
officially. So in some instances, staff, because this is more of, outreach and working with the applicants, in some instances, they have had conversations and emails back and forth, but officially we have not issued the notice. And so the 30 days will begin after the notice is issued. Again, this is our first batch of notices to correct. So we're, going through them very carefully, making sure that we're very specific on the things that they have to do. Because even though we cite the whole regulation, sometimes it's only a part of that regulation that they're not in compliance with.
Do you know if this is Commissioner Lim again, do you know if the inspector informed orally or advised the applicant of the violations?
We've done so many inspections so that we can be at least, give you some information about their status of compliance. I could not answer that because my investigator is not here. But they spend a couple of hours with the applicant. And we normally ahead of time send them an email, basically letting them know what we're going to do, be ready to show us X, Y, and Z. So they spend a couple hours with one or two of the people there. And so as they're going through, the business premises, they are noting if things are not in compliance. So based on how we conduct inspections, they are aware that there were things that they were not in compliance with, but we haven't officially, given them the notice. So I know that they're expecting this notice, so that they can start addressing these deficiencies.
I have a question. Even though an official notice has not been issued, have they been working to get ahead of the ball, ahead of the train, and making those corrections that are necessary so that when they do receive the official record, the window period will be a little bit tighter?
I would defer that question to the applicant.
Okay.
Just because, like I said, we have a few of these notices that are going out. Some have been, more involved, right? Whereas some are just waiting, and neither is wrong, right? Some people are just more proactive.
Proactive.
But
Mhm.
officially, until we issue the notice, I, can expect them to comply, but like, they know that something is coming and they know that they need to make some corrections, but most of the deficiencies are minor in nature at this point.
I'll hold my questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the staff report complete?
I just want to relay the fact that, in order to encourage people to engage in the regulated market and discourage unlicensed activities, the department has created a progressive enforcement model where we notify folks where there may be violations, and we want to give them the opportunity to comply. So that first step is a notice to correct deficiencies or a notice of correction. If they don't correct those deficiencies within a given period of time, it escalates to a notice of violation. Whether it's a temporary approval license or an annual license. If the operator fails to comply with the notices of violations, or they fail to pay any fines or penalties associated with it, the department does have the ability to suspend the license, revoke the license, or ultimately deny the renewal of the license. And that's stated in the municipal code. In other areas where the applicant engaged in a licensed commercial cannabis activity, the department has taken the steps to suspend and ultimately revoke the license for the activities they were licensed for. So the department does hold everybody to a high standard to make sure. And as Ms. Wiles mentioned, these are very minor infractions that are common amongst the businesses with these changes in the regulations, and it's something very easy for them to comply with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Farmacie. Hey, Jason, when was the date of the inspection?
This particular location was inspected on March 7th of 2024.
Thank you.
Just for reference, the renewal period for 2024 started in September of 2023, and late renewals were accepted through February 29th of 2024. So any of the few businesses that were inspected are going to have an inspection compliance date in March for this. So in some of the cases, the compliance inspection may have occurred 2 weeks ago, and our Commission Enforcement Division staff are still putting together the official report to be transmitted. But again, none of these violations were of a public safety, public health nature, and they're all can be cured by submitting additional documentation to the department or updating the applicant's operating process or procedures.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez?
Yes, this is a phase one legacy license, right? I'm just wondering, when did they actually start?
The business started in either 2006 or 2007.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Assistant Director Khalil. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium?
If the applicant or the rep is on the virtual meeting, please raise your hand by dialing *9. President Mason, no one has raised a hand.
Okay, thank you. For the record, we do not have a representative for the applicant present in person or on the virtual call. Commissioners, are there any other concerns you'd like to address to the department at this time? Or vocalize for the record? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. For item number 10, DCR record LA-R-24-1000019-ANN, and environmental number ENV 1000019 ANN for the business premises located at 6500 South Stanford Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated March 29, 2024.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. It is now 4:03. We are about halfway through our docket. I would like to recommend a break at this time for 10 minutes and we will reconvene, well, at 4:13.
We're gonna change that.
You're like going on and on and on. Yeah, they can get to you. It's a tongue twister. When it's two. Right. They also have money together. But it's okay because Allison was quite dramatic next to me. That's it.
Good night.
No, we're just.
He's such a great resource for shops.
So back up.
Later on, if a sensitive business moves here. Their grandfather.
Testing.
This is President Mason. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will resume shortly. This is President Mason. The time is 4:19 PM and we are resuming with item number 11. BCR record number LA-R-24 101796 and environmental number ENV 101796 ANN. This is a request from Los Angeles Wellness Center to approve an annual license for a 1,700 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 12320 West Pico Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, is there a member of a neighborhood council?
No, there is not.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director, speaking on behalf of DCR record number LA-R-24-101796-ANN for applicant Los Angeles Wellness Center. The applicant seeks an annual license for the retail with on-site sales, which is a type 10 license, commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 10406. The business is located at 12320 West Pico Boulevard, which is in Council District 11. They are located within the West Los Angeles Sawtell Neighborhood Council. They are not in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Palms, Mar Vista, Del Rey. The property is zoned commercial. DCR is recommending a notice of exemption under DCR report ENV-101796-ANN. We are recommending the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary, Phase 1 applicant, legacy applicant. This is a business that, as part of the application process, had to demonstrate that they were operating before the Department of Cannabis regulation was created. Generally, these were all businesses that started operations within the city in 2006 and 2007. At that time, the mayor and council adopted an interim control ordinance, which required medical marijuana dispensaries to register with the office of the city clerk. So that was kind of the first record of these businesses coming on board. For this particular applicant, next slide, please.
May I interrupt for a second? I believe there's an issue with the audio on the live stream. Okay, we can resume.
Question for the city attorney. Do you want me to take over from the top or with the presentation from the department?
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen. Speaking on item number 11, which is DCR record number LA-R-24-101796-ANN. The applicant's name is Los Angeles Wellness Center. The applicant seeks an annual license for the retail with on-site sales type 10 license type pursuant to Municipal Code Section 10406. The business is located at 12320 West Pico Boulevard, which is located within Council District 11. They are located within the West Los Angeles Sawtell Neighborhood Council District. They are not located in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Palms, Mar Vista, Del Rey. The property is zoned commercial. DCR under DCR report number ENV-101796-ANN is recommending issuing a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. This is a phase 1 retail business, which was an existing medical marijuana dispensary. Existing medical marijuana dispensaries normally began their operations with the city in 2006 and 2007 when they were required to register with the Office of the City Clerk under the interim control ordinance at that time. In order to be verified as an existing medical marijuana dispensary, the business had to submit evidence of a 2017 BTRC or some combination of being on the interim control list, a 2007 BTRC, and a 2015 or 2016 L050 class code, which is for medical marijuana dispensaries. So to be recognized and have their application accepted, they did have to provide evidence before we even processed their application in 2018. So this is considered a legacy operator. Can we jump 2 slides ahead, please? DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize some of the reasons, but not all of the reasons: failure to provide complete information, forms, or documents, procuring a license by fraud or material misrepresentation, revocation of temporary approval, the denial of a license or authorization by another licensing agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency, if the owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States, if the owner is an individual who holds office or is employed in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis, failure to comply with the social equity program requirements, which are not applicable to this applicant, failure to comply with the municipal code rules and regulations. If the business premises was a site of utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of conviction, any improper zoning or distancing of the business premises from sensitive uses. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission approve the recommendations included in the DCR staff report, which are on the next slide, and the issuance of an annual license to Los Angeles Wellness Center for the retail 810 license type.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Assistant Director? Commissioner Melendez?
No.
Commissioner Lim?
No.
Vice President Nash?
No.
Commissioner Farmby? Okay. So if there is a representative for the applicant who has completed a speaker card, I don't have a speaker card for a representative for the applicant. So do we have Devin Wheeler? Come forward. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Speak directly into the mic and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. It's great to be here. My name is Devin Wheeler. I'm a co-founder and officer at Los Angeles Wellness Center, DBA Herbal Markets. a commercial cannabis store, retailer focused on compliance, public safety, and community engagement. I can confidently say that we have been operating at our premises since 2017 without any complaints or incidents. Herbal understands the importance of ensuring that our business practices are transparent, accountable, and in full compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. We recognize that adherence to these regulations is not only a legal obligation, but also a fundamental aspect of operating ethically and responsibly within our community. To ensure compliance, we have implemented comprehensive policies and procedures to govern every aspect of our operations, from inventory management to sales practice. Our team undergoes regular training sessions to stay up to date with regulatory changes and to reinforce the importance of compliance in all our activities. As members of the community, we believe it's essential for us to support our neighbors. Our security guards' vigilance extends beyond our own business to ensure the safety of our neighbors, whether it's keeping an eye on activity during the closing hours or promptly reporting any suspicious behavior. Our security guards are committed to maintaining a safe environment for all. We work closely with local law enforcement to make our community more secure for all our neighbors. Our security camera footage has led to resolution of several crimes, including a homicide, unfortunately. Furthermore, we recognize the importance of giving back to the community that has welcomed us, whether through charitable donations, volunteer initiatives, or educational programs. We're committed to being responsible members of our community and making a positive impact. Herbal was involved in coordinating Thanksgiving meals for 4,000 people in our community for homeless and low-income individuals annually. Additionally, our contributions to diversion programs with the LAPD demonstrate our dedication to addressing the underlying issues and creating lasting positive change. We respectfully request that the Commission approve our application for an annual license for storefront retail, commercial cannabis activities, so we can continue fulfilling our unwavering commitment to compliance, community engagement, and responsible business practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Wheeler?
Commissioner Farmacie. Hi.
I do.
How many security officers do you currently employ for this facility?
At this location?
Yeah.
6.
6. And your hours of operations are?
From 8 to 10. AM to PM, of course.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez.
Do you have any kind of charitable organizations that work with veterans?
Currently, we extend veterans a 20% discount whenever they frequent us. We'd love to be able to compassion care for veterans, but unfortunately, that's not in the compliance range of the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Nash.
No questions.
Commissioner Lim.
No questions.
No questions. Okay. I do not have any questions. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it. This was stressful. Sorry.
Oh, you made it through. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion that in regards to agenda number 11, LA-R-24-101796-ANN with environmental number ENV-101796-ANN. Applicant Los Angeles Wellness Center located at 12320 West Pico Boulevard, that we adopt the staff recommendation as stated in the report.
So City Attorney Allison Toll, just confirming that The environmental record number is ENV 101796 ANN.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Farmacie, second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmacie, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 12, DCR record number LA-R-24-100086-ANN and environmental number ENV-100086-ANN. This is a request from Greenhouse Herbal Center LLC to approve a license, an annual license for a 6,890 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 5224 Hollywood Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, is there a neighborhood council representative present?
No, there is not.
Thank you. We will hear from staff at this time.
Good afternoon, Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen. Speaking on behalf of item number 12, which is for DCR record number LA-R-24-100086-ANN for the applicant Greenhouse Herbal Center LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales license type pursuant to Municipal Code Section 10406. The business is located at 5224 West Hollywood Boulevard within Council District 13. They are located within the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. They are not located within a business improvement district. The community plan area is Hollywood, and the property is zoned for commercial activity. DCR is recommending a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions under ENV-100086-ANN. This is a Phase 1 retail storefront business. So they are a legacy operator who met the requirements to be identified as an existing medical marijuana dispensary. They've qualified since 2018 for licensure. Next slide. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in the Municipal Code Section 10404. To summarize some of the reasons, but not all of the reasons: failure to provide DCR complete information, forms of documents, making immaterial misrepresentation, procuring the license through fraud, revocation of a license, denial of a license by another licensing agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. If an owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States, or the owner holds office or is employed in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. Failure to comply with the social equity program, which is not applicable to this record, engaging in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 10415, the failure to comply with other municipal code for provisions or the rules and regulations, and if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of that action or the criminal conviction. The location is properly zoned, so we don't have to worry about improper zoning or distancing. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed under 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission approve the recommendations which are on the screen and included in the DCR staff report, and issue an annual license for the retail storefront activity to Greenhouse Herbal Center LLC.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Vice President Nash, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Farmacie, any questions?
Yes. Jason, any known violations for this, the department is aware of?
There were no complaints submitted through the complaint portal. We have not completed the annual license compliance inspection at this location, so there are no outstanding compliance related issues.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez,
No questions.
Commissioner Lim,
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I have a speaker card for Andrew Densmore. Thank you for being here. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the mic, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Dinsmore, and I'm representing Greenhouse Herbal Center. I'm the general manager there. Our CEO and owner, Chris, was expected to come today, but he fell ill, unfortunately, and couldn't make it. And so I'm filling in as a substitute. I apologize. I'm not as good of an orator as he is, but I will try to do my best under the circumstances. I also want to thank you, the commissioners, and also the DCR for coming here today. I know it's been a long process getting to here, and us as licensed business holders, we really appreciate the work done to get cannabis regulated properly. I know it's been a long road, even before medical cannabis was around, and so we are all really excited about this new progress that's been happening with the bureaucracy in cannabis. As for Greenhouse Herbal Center, we've been a pillar of the East Hollywood community for almost 2 decades. We did open our doors in 2006. I believe they mentioned 2018 is when we started our recreational license, but we did have a pre-ICO license prior to that. We've been helping serve the community by providing a safe and secure alternative form of medicine for many different forms of ailments. The owners come from a small family-run business and hail from the community, and they were born and raised on those same streets that the business operates from. So they're very interested in giving back to the community. They understand it very well from growing up there, and they've been an important factor in helping people in that community get safe and secure cannabis. I believe we are the only licensed dispensary on Hollywood Boulevard, and we've been operating without any hiccups or complaints since 2006. We follow all the guidelines from the DCC, even going back as far as when committees were formed to kind of ask questions about the regulation of cannabis and how those things are doing. We've always been considered at the forefront of that conversation, and we're testing our flower before testing regulations were even in place when testing labs were first coming out. We really believe strongly in having cannabis regulated and tested. I think that's very important because there's all these unlicensed businesses that offer cheaper alternatives for people to come to, but they don't realize all the negative implications and health factors that can come to this. Obviously, there was the whole scandal a couple of years ago with the fake vapes that were out and causing a lot of damage to people's lungs. I've heard of people having heart failure by smoking, unlicensed cannabis flower. And so again, we've always been a really important factor to have everything tested. We always have all of our COAs available for public viewing in our storefront. And that's always been a focus of Greenhouse Herbal Center. We also really believe in giving back to the community as a pillar, as someone that's been there for 2006. Not only have we employed a lot of people in the East Hollywood area and give them opportunities, we've sorry, I got lost here. So, we've been helpful for the community endeavors as well. Things like giving back to the Children's Hospital, Ronald McDonald's Charity House, and I Have a Dream Foundation. We have a small donation thing in the front where we give back to those communities and give out little stickers and stuff like that to customers in exchange to kind of get them to promote those communities. We also do a toy drive every Christmas and a food drive every Thanksgiving. And we also give back to the neighborhood by offering a big loyalty discount, as well as other discounts for veterans, seniors, and disabled people. We also are very keen on providing a safe and secure area for our community. East Hollywood is not the most, the nicest area, to put it nicely. And we take pride in having a very secure block. We don't allow people to loiter in the area or consume cannabis in the area. We make sure that the area is well cleaned, and we have our staff go and clean that block every day. We take great pride in that. We also follow all employment guidelines, which I know is a problem in this industry. I myself have worked for about 3 different dispensaries over my 10 years in this industry, and I can tell that that doesn't always happen. I really like working for this organization. The owners have really built a strong foundation for everything that I've just discussed. We've been in a compliant location, has been evidenced by our mainstay in that location for over almost 20 years. We really took consideration in choosing that location, making sure it wasn't near any schools, churches, or any other excluded areas that we're not allowed to be around. We also just, as I said before, we also just take pride in providing that responsible, safe medicine for everyone around. One more thing too, I know there's been mentions of talking to the neighborhood council. We just had our plum meeting with them yesterday. And so we'll be having that general meeting on the 15th and waiting for their approval, but everything went really well yesterday night in that meeting. As far as the inspection, I know we just paid for that invoice, so we should be having that inspection shortly. We don't anticipate any compliance issues. I take great pride in knowing the rules and regulations very well, and am thoroughly convinced that everything will go well during that inspection. If there's no other questions, I think that pretty much sums it up to me. Although I did have a suggestion for you guys. I think you guys need smaller case numbers. At least take out some of the dashes or something. I think that would be a good change for you guys. And any other questions you guys have?
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Winsmore?
Thank you.
Dinsmore, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
No
Mr.
worries.
Densmore. Also, if you don't mind, can you talk a little bit about the relationship you have with community partners? You had mentioned some, if you don't mind.
Of
indulging a
course,
little bit.
yeah. We, well, the community areas and businesses around the area, we try to do a local community awareness thing. So we advertise their businesses, we have them advertise us, and we try to cross promote in that way. And so it's really good for the businesses that have been around the East Hollywood community for a long time, and that are little hidden gems for that community. We do have a lot of tourism in Hollywood, of course, and so we are able to direct those people to try out new different things in the Hollywood area.
Thank you.
Of course.
Hi, President Mason.
This Commissioner Lim.
Oh,
Have a
no,
question?
I have. a
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
It's okay. Most of my colleagues are new, but I'm the veteran, and in the past, we've heard from community members who've had some legitimate safety concerns about operators in their communities. What do you think have been the keys to your success in the public safety sphere?
Mhm. So I think our heavily invested security system and the way we thought that out, we have cameras at every angle in the building and the surrounding area, not only in the retail store, but also in the outside area. And we have a 24-hour security team too that maintains and protects that as well. And we try to talk to our community members. We talk to our customers. We see what issues they have. I can't recall anyone saying there was anyone smoking in the area, but if that were ever happen, we'd make sure we'd be diligently looking out for something like that. We have had occasions in the past where we've had someone maybe come to our security member and said that there was like down the street, they saw someone dealing drugs, and we've always tried to alert the police for those matters and everything, and be engaged in the community and trying to prevent anything negative happening to our community members.
Understood. Thank you. Commissioner Lim, now you can go.
Thank you. The transportation study assessment that was done, is that because you're in Hollywood Boulevard, or was that part of the plum?
I'm not familiar with that, but if I had to guess, it was probably because we're on the boulevard and we do have a lot of traffic that goes through the transaction. We did have a delivery service a while ago, but we stopped that, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But where were you seeing?
Within your application, there was a transportation study assessment that was done by the Department of Transportation for the city of Los Angeles.
Okay.
And they made reference to a VMT vehicle set.
The vehicle miles traveled.
Yeah.
It was an attachment to your Form 4013 for the environmental review and analysis.
I got you. It's probably because we get so much traffic that drives through Hollywood Boulevard. I know that Hollywood is considering, I think they're changing the Hollywood Boulevard location to be one lane, going both ways from Gower to the end of Barnesdale Park. So it could have been involved in that study, perhaps. But I'm sorry, I'm not quite familiar. I know our attorneys put that application together, so I'm sorry.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. What is the cross street, your nearest cross street where you're located?
So we're between the major cross streets of Western and Vermont, but the closest cross street exactly is Harbor Boulevard.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
At this time, is there a motion?
Commissioner Farmacie. For item number 12. The record number is LA-R-24-100086-ANN. Environmental number 100086-ANN for the Greenhouse Herbal Center LLC located at 5224 Hollywood Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmacie, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 13, DCR record number LA-R-24-100056-ANN and environmental number -1-00056-ANN. This is a request from the Pottery Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 2,683 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 5042 West Venice Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative from the Neighborhood Council?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen. For item number 13, DCR record number LA-R-24-100056-ANN for the applicant, the Pottery Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales license type pursuant to Municipal Code Section 10406. The business is located at 5042 West Venice Boulevard within Council District 10. They are located within the Mid-City Neighborhood Council. They are not in a business improvement district. The community plan area is West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Lamert Park, and the zoning for the property is commercially zoned. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary legacy operator under phase 1. So the department is recommending a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions, which were included in the department's environmental report ENV-100056-ANN. Either the department or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize some of those reasons for denial, the applicant failed to provide DCR complete information forms or documents. They procured the license by fraud or material misrepresentation. They had a license revoked or a license denied by another licensing agency. The license or the applicant creates a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. They denied access to DCR or city officials to the business premises. The owner is incorporated outside of the United States or has an individual who holds office or is employed by a government agency where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The failure to comply with the municipal code or rules and regulations, including but not limited to engaging in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 104.15. And if the business premises was a site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the enforcement action. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. There were no complaints submitted through the DCR licensing portal for this applicant, and we have not conducted the 2024 annual compliance inspection, so there's no outstanding compliance issues that need to be corrected. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission approve the recommendations included in the DCR staff report, which are also listed on the screen, as well as to approve the issuance of this annual license to the Pottery Incorporated.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the Assistant Director? Thank
President
you.
Mason,
Yes.
there is someone on the virtual meeting or with a hand that is raised, so we're not sure if that may be a neighborhood council rep. Can we confirm that?
Please. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Is that in backup to Jennifer Berry? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, it's her turn. We can go ahead and hear from the applicant at this time.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Of course. My name is Jennifer Berry, and I am the Vice President Retail for the Pottery.
Okay, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. I am honored to be representing the Pottery. After 6 years of operation, we look forward to receiving our annual license in the city of Los Angeles, and I will take hopefully a quick moment to speak to our standing as solid operators within this community. We have deep ties within this community and local law enforcement, and as our CEO, Kyle Kazan, was a previous police officer, we take the safety of our customers and community as a North Star in all we do. Our staff participates in regular monthly meetings with myself and our Director of Compliance to ensure full compliance, and we conduct regular audits to ensure we are consistently reviewing operations with a meticulous oversight to all of our standard operating procedures to keep compliance at the forefront of our operations. And we have extensive training weekly with our staff and within our community. We, over the past years, have provided valuable community services to our local residents, including education on appropriate dosing and applicable applications. And these are available to our customers virtually and in person. We recently did a presentation with our community outreach managers in the city of LA Westchester's Senior Community Center. Additionally, we have our employees conduct daily trash pickups around the property. We participate in neighborhood cleanups. We do beach cleanups, which is a little far from where our actual location is, but still part of the community. And we also, as many others have indicated, have 24-hour security as well. Part of our core values are to be a good neighbor that is community-centric, having safe and compliant operations, and then lastly, but not least, bringing value to our communities through a high level of service and education. And at this moment, we really look forward to continuing and being contributing members of the community. And in lieu of keeping the time on here, I will now pause for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. This is President Mason. I do have a question in terms of community benefits. Your location is in proximity to on-again, off-again homeless encampments, some larger than others. And have you all taken an active role in trying to mitigate that in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, I mean, what I said before is that we definitely, and I know that some of the other applicants have said this as well, is like we pride ourselves on being great neighborhoods and And obviously within our community and outside of our front doors, there is definitely an opportunity and more work that we can do collaborating with local officials on this. But yes, we take it seriously. We understand that houseless is an issue within our community and within the broader community of Los Angeles. So from a community benefit standpoint, we dive in and do whatever we can to obviously support that through education, but also anytime we can contribute or sponsor or do donations that help that cause, we do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Ms. Berry? No, Commissioner?
No.
Vice President? No? Commissioner Farmacie? And Commissioner Melendez?
I do it for now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berry. Commissioners, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding item number 13, DCR record number LA-R-24-1000056-ANN and environmental number ENV 1000056-ANN with the applicant, the Pottery Inc., at the business location of 5042 West Venice Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated March 29, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmacie, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 14, DCR record number LA-R-24-310019-ANN and environmental number ENV-310019-ANN. This is a request from Demeter Retail Group LLC to approve an annual license for a 3,842 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 4665 West Pico Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, is there a representative from the Neighborhood Council present?
No, there is not.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, here for item number 14, which is DCR record number LA-R-24-310019-ANN. The applicant's name is Demeter Retail Group LLC. This is the first social equity applicant before this commission. The applicant seeks an annual license for the retail storefront activity with on-site sales, which is the Type 10 license pursuant to Municipal Code Section 10406. The business is located at 4665 West Pico Boulevard within Council District 10. They are located within the Olympic Park Neighborhood Council. They are not located in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Wilshire, and the location is zoned for commercial activities. DCR is recommending a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and the Class 32 categorical exemptions under the Department's Environmental Report ENV-310019-ANN. Either DCR or the Commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in the municipal code. To summarize some of the reasons for denial, but not all of them: failure to comply, provide DCR with complete information forms documents, procuring a license by fraud or making a material misrepresentation, revocation of temporary approval, denial of a license or other authorization by another licensing agency, creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. An owner is an entity incorporated outside the United States, or the owner is an individual who holds office or is employed by a state agency or any of its subdivisions where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The business failed to comply with the municipal code, rules and regulations, or engaged in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of LMC Section 10415. if the business premises was a site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the enforcement action or conviction. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. There were no complaints submitted for this location through the DCR complaint portal. We have not completed our annual compliance inspection of this location. So there are no outstanding compliance related issues to address today. Again, this is the first social equity applicant before the commission. So in addition to the requirements that our phase one legacy operators have to comply with, the business also had to go through an equity share review to ensure that the business meets the requirements under LAMC 104.20, which identifies how a business can be considered a social equity applicant. Generally, in order to be a social equity applicant, a certain amount of the equity must be maintained by verified social equity individual applicants. And that's an ongoing compliance related issue where under the new code, folks do have the ability to aggregate their ownership interest. So the initial social equity individual applicant does have the ability to sell some of their shares, provided the entity as a whole has at least a majority stake of social equity applicant owners. And therefore, DCR recommends the commission approve the recommendations included in the staff report, which are on the screen, and the issuance of an annual license to Demeter Retail Group LLC. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. I have a question. So on this particular license, there was a community meeting held on March 14th. And we also have what I'm going to refer to as a statement of opposition. My legal colleagues and the other attorneys in the room can confirm or deny whether this form meets with the legal definition of a petition. But I'm curious, are we able to introduce some of the feedback from the community meeting at this point,
So
if there was any?
yeah. So under attachment or exhibit C of the department's report, we
Okay.
provide a summary of the community meeting. There were no speakers that either spoke in favor or against this particular applicant at the community meeting that was held earlier in March.
Okay,
I have reviewed the correspondence transmitted to the commission in case you do have questions about that correspondence.
okay, thank you. Yeah. And so, are
This is
there any
Commissioner
questions?
Melendez. I have a
Yes.
question for you. So the applicant, is this, even though they're social equity, is this still considered a phase one applicant?
No, sir, it is not.
No. And so the applicant would have started with their provisional license as of what date?
The phase 3 retail round 1 was a limited filing period in September of 2019. The director worked with the mayor and city council to amend the municipal code to allow for phase 3 retail round 1 operators to apply for temporary approval. So the business would have gotten temporary approval on or after the summer of 2020.
This is Commissioner Lim. Can you tell us the process that the applicant needs to go through before they can schedule the community meeting?
Wonderful question. So once the department has determined that the application is filed, within 30 days, we have to complete our review of their application. And once we've completed the review, if it's complete, we issue a notice of completion. That notice of completion is sent to the applicant, the neighborhood council, the council office within the district, the bid, and as well as being posted on the DCR website. Within 45 days of issuing the notice of completion, we are required to conduct a community meeting. All of our community meetings are conducted virtually. At least 20 days prior to the community meeting, we have to provide mailed notice to owners and occupants within 700 feet of the location, letting them know when the community meeting is going to occur. In order to provide cost savings to both the city and to the applicant, when we do issue the notice of complete application and we do the mail notice, we include the noticing requirements for the community meeting as well as the public hearing conducted by the Cannabis Regulation Commission. So offhand, we sent those mailings out sometime in late February or early March.
So this Commissioner Lim again, if the meeting was held on March 14, 2024, as set forth in your report, when do you think the notice was given to the community about this community meeting?
It was done in the latter half of February. So the applicants receive notice of complete application, and then within 30 days of issuing the notice of complete application, there's different noticing requirements, but we have to provide at least 20 days notice in advance of the community meeting. Going forward, I can make sure to include when mailed notice was sent for the community meeting in the staff report, so we have those dates handy.
This is Commissioner Lim again. It's just peculiar because the notice that we received from a community member is dated March 7th, and the community meeting took place on March 14th. So I'm just wondering if the person that submitted this objection attended this community meeting and whether they had notice of the community meeting.
Without having access to Zemus, I wouldn't know whether or not the community members were within 700 feet and received the mailed notice. But at least 20 days before the public or the community meeting, the information as well as the notice of completion was posted to the department's website. As part of the community meeting process, people can attend the community meeting and provide oral testimony, and we accept written testimony through the department's jot form, which is part of the notices, up until midnight on the date of the community meeting. Members of the public do have the ability to transmit their input directly to the commission. Folks may just want to submit stuff directly to the commission because we just take community feedback and we basically get the comments and then we summarize them for this body. We're not making any decisions at the community meeting. We're just listening to stakeholder feedback. So without speculating, they may have decided to transmit their feelings directly to this body.
This is Commissioner Lim again. If the report says that the community meeting took place and there was no comments in favor or against the application, what does that mean?
So that means that there was no feedback provided for that particular application. So we did not receive oral or written testimony to the department as part of the community meeting process.
Is it safe to say that the objections that we have in front of us was not presented at this community meeting on March 14th?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Farmacie.
Thank you. Did the department receive any complaints or anything through the portal at all?
Not for this applicant.
And for the record, I just want to note that this is not one person. This is 6 people at least that are signed on this petition.
While we are making notes for the record, this is City Attorney Allison Toll. This is a letter received by the department, I believe yesterday, from a number of community members of Hudson Avenue, Rimpau, Keniston Avenue, and San Vicente Boulevard.
I want to piggyback off of City Attorney's comment, and correct me if I'm wrong. The 6 concerns that are raised are not taken lightly by the commission, but are not grounds for us to deny a license pursuant to Municipal Code 104.06 subsection B, subsection 2. These are allegations and allegations only, but certainly we do understand the concerns of the community, do not want to ignore the voice of the community, appreciate the submission. However, unfortunately, we cannot consider them during the course of this deliberation.
President Mason, you are correct. The allegations in this letter do not provide sufficient reasons for denial under section 10404.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further, I guess I should ask, okay, so we have two speaker cards here. Both are representing Demeter Demeter Retail Group. Does each speaker get a separate 10 minutes or are they considered together?
Together.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no other questions for the department at this time, we'll go ahead and call up the business representative, Samantha Tabak, forgive me if I'm wrong, and Arthur Reyna.
Hello, my name is Samantha Tabak. I'm the Executive Director of Compliance and Licensing for Demeter Retail Group. For the sake of time, my colleague's gonna just let me do the talking, although if I have any questions specifically for him, I'll call him over. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the commission and to the DCR staff for all of their time. We are so excited to be a part of this first batch of cannabis businesses to be eligible for their annual license, and in particular to be the first social equity license. Our 51% owner, Pablo Espinoza, is a social equity applicant that was disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. And he's very proud to be a part of this business. Demeter Retail Group, DBA Traditional, received their temporary approval in October of 2021. I'm just going to give you a few highlights about our operations. First off, I'd like to say we take our security very, very seriously. We have robust SOPs and ensure that all staff remain safe and products are secure. The facility has 21 cameras with 90-day playback. We have alarms and armed guards. We've even incorporated security into our design. So one of our design elements are these large, unique, traditional cannabis jars, and they are locked. That is part of our security elements to keep the product safe. In compliance with municipal code, we have charcoal filters installed on the site, and we have received no odor complaints at this facility. Our staff maintains the front of the store, the alleys, and the sidewalk. We've worked really hard to beautify this area, to help clean up the garbage that was, on site. And there has been a noticeable decrease in homeless encampments on our block since we've opened. We do have our community liaison information posted, and we have, again, received no complaints. I checked the email this morning, I promise. Finally, I really want to just take a moment to talk about our staff. I'm proud to say that all of our employees are paid above minimum wage. They all have access to healthcare and a retirement plan. 50% of our staff live within a 5-mile radius, and 90% of our staff are made up of minorities. So again, thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Is your retail store located near Community Recreation Center, Queen Anne Child Care Center, or any elementary school nearby your retail store?
As part of our licensing process, we did submit to the DCR and have met all of the required setbacks, which I believe are 700 feet from all sensitive uses, which would include churches, drug rehabilitation centers, parks, daycares, and schools that would be K through high school. Please let me know if I missed any.
This is Commissioner Lim. It seems that you're across the street from the Lowe's Home Improvement. Okay, and it seems like from the map that I see here that the nearest one is a girls' academic leadership, which is over 2-3 blocks from your location.
Yes.
This is President Mason. To the east of the Lowe's, on the same side of the street, is a recreational center. It's a swim center run by the city. It's on the same block as Lowe's. I know exactly where it
Oh,
is.
Okay.
Yeah, I shop at, yeah, I know exactly where it is.
Yeah.
So as part of our review, these businesses all did go through the land use review to make sure that they did comply with municipal code section 105 and the distancing requirements from sensitive uses. So there were no sensitive uses at the time we did that review. The code was updated to allow for DCR to determine that a location was compliant prior to the issuance of a license. And that went into effect in 2020. Because again, our phase 3 retail round 1 businesses were the first social equity businesses that applied. And what we started to see was sensitive uses coming up that knocked out the locations. And the code did require for them to have site control of the property prior to submitting their application. So in lieu of having them wait years to get through the licensing process and then only to be denied issuance of a license because of a sensitive use, we were able to do that land use review in 2020 to determine compliance. So there were no sensitive uses publicly available at the date that we determined it was compliant. And the inclusion or presence of a sensitive use at this time would not preclude the department or this commission from issuing an annual license to the business because they're effectively grandfathered in. The only thing it would do is limit expansion opportunities or the addition of additional license types at the location, because of course those are reviewed at a point in time where the sensitive use would be present. There were no sensitive uses within 700 feet of the location.
And your name for the record, sir.
I apologize. Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Commissioners, any other questions?
It's Commissioner Farmacie. You mentioned that you haven't received any complaints, but are you aware or have been made aware of any of the concerns from the community, surrounding community at all?
No, honestly, this is the first that I'm hearing of it. And like I said, we have an email, a phone number posted. I'm in that store doing walkthroughs and compliance checks at least once a month. I'm in pretty constant communication with the general manager there. So it's all sort of news to me. And if you want to pass that information along, I'm happy to do everything that we can to try and write it. But I am not aware of anything at this time.
Thank you. And you had mentioned like all of the benefits that you will provide the employees who work for you. If you don't mind, how many employees do you employ?
10.
10. How many security officers?
Because of the municipal code, we don't actually personally employ any of our guards. We have to use a third-party service.
Contracted.
Yeah, we contract in. So I know that we have armed guards during all hours of operation and a half an hour before we open and a half an hour after we close. The number of employees that that company has, I don't know.
No, that suffices. Thank you.
Commissioner
This is
Melindo?
Vice President Nash.
I'm sorry.
Do you have any parking on site at your location?
No.
And is parking a problem in the area?
I have not had a problem with it. There's typically spots that are available right in front. Our staff also usually parks in the neighborhoods. There's quite a bit of like 2 and 3 hour parking. So I know they take their breaks regularly with the parking. I've never had any issues with it though.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. To his point, aren't there prohibitions about parking on Pico at certain times of the day during rush hour anyway? Where you're located?
I actually, you know what? So I apologize. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't believe so, but if there are, our customers have not complained about it. I do know that we sometimes will offer, we've had more issues honestly with cash, with people wanting to use a credit card and it not working, and we'll offer them say like a 10 or a 20% discount. So if there were any complaints, I may not have heard about it because we probably just offered, you know, a 10% discount for any inconvenience that was caused.
Thank you. And again, I probably should not have asked the question because we don't want to get hung up on parking because under the municipal code, you're not required to provide parking. So thank you for indulging us with that. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Farmby. On item number 14. Record number LA-R-24-310019. ANN, the environmental number of 310019. ANN for the Demeter Retail Group LLC, located at 4665 West Pico Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Farmby. Is there a second?
It's Vice President Nash. I second it.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 15, DCR record number LAR. Starting over. Item number 15, DCR record number LA-R-24-100046-ANN and environmental number ENV-100046-ANN. This is a request from the Green Earth Farmacie Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 3,008 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7756 Burnett Avenue. Ms. Treviso, is there a representative from the Neighborhood Council present?
No.
At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen. Speaking on behalf of item number 15, DCR record number LA-R-24-100046-ANN for the applicant, the Green Earth Farmacie Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business is located at 7756 North Burnett Avenue, located within Council District 6. They are located within the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council District. They are not in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Van Nuys, North Sherman Oaks. The property is zoned for limited manufacturing, which complies with Municipal Code Section 105. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary, phase 1 applicant legacy operator. The department has recommended under the environmental report ENV-100046-ANN that the business qualifies for a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons listed under Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize, some of those reasons for denial would include the failure to provide a complete information forms or documents, procuring a license by fraud, making a material misrepresentation, revocation of a license or denial of a license by another licensing agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency, if the owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States, or an owner is an individual who holds office in or is employed by a state agency or any of its subdivisions where their duties include the enforcement or regulation of cannabis, failure to comply with the municipal code rules and regulations, such as engaging in a licensed commercial cannabis activity, if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the enforcement action or conviction, improper zoning or distancing between the business premises and sensitive uses. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. The department did receive a memo that we transmitted to the commission. It is part of the staff report Exhibit B. The department received a single complaint of trespassing onto an adjacent property, which DCR was not able to verify Therefore, the complaint is considered unfounded. Thereafter, on March 21st, 2024, DCR did perform its annual compliance check and found a few violations related to technical requirements, operational requirements, and security requirements. The department is in the process of notifying the business of how to cure those deficiencies. None of the deficiencies were public safety or public health in nature. The deficiencies included not displaying contact information, incomplete employee badge information, missing a posted code of conduct, needing to update the business premises diagram, and missing loitering signage. So none of the compliance related issues were a significant concern of the department. At this point, the department recommends the commission approve the recommendations included in the DCR staff report, which are also on the screen, as well as to issue an annual license for the retail storefront activity to the Green Earth Farmacie Incorporated, and that includes the department's presentation.
Thank you. I believe we have more from Rocky Wiles.
Yes, Madam President, just for the record, during the break, I did confirm with staff about whether or not the operators are aware of the, I didn't want to make that statement without triple checking. And the fact is that after they go through the compliance inspection, they actually debrief all the applicants. And we have the names of the people that they met with. So yes, they are fully aware, and they are aware that the notice is forthcoming, but so they do go through at the end of the inspection, go through all the deficiencies. Just wanted to say that for the record.
Thank you. So there is a verbal.
There is a
so to
verbal,
speak. Yeah,
exactly.
corporate
And
speak.
just like I explained, because they are walking, with the operators and they're showing them, and then at the end, they do go through the whole list.
Okay,
That person that was here, well, this is the wrong item. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
thank you.
With this, Commissioner Lynn, there are citations against applicant number 15.
Mhm.
And based upon what you just told us, they're aware of these citations.
100%, yes.
Thank you.
And I have the name of the person also that we met with.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Assistant Director Khalil? Okay, there are no questions for you. Do I have a speaker card for a representative from the business? I do not. Okay. Well, in that case, is there anyone online?
There is no one with a raised hand, but I will announce it. If anyone is representing this item and is on the meeting virtually, please dial *9. There is no raised hand.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. All right. We are moving forward with a request for a motion.
It's Commissioner Farmby for item number 15. Record number LA-R-241046-AN. Environmental number, yes. ANN?
Yes.
Oh, what did I say?
AN.
Oh, sorry. I'll start that over for the record. Item number 15. Record number LA-R-24-100046. What's too many zeros? Is it 3?
Yes.
All right. Sorry. Let me start over. It is. Item number 15, record number LA-R-24-100046-ANN, environmental number 100046-ANN. I don't see D. Oh, I need to say that. Okay, all right. Can I keep rolling? All right, sorry. The Green Earth of, how you pronounce that?
Pharmacy.
Farmacie Incorporated, located at 7756 Burnett Avenue. I move to adopt the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Farmby. Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
I do.
That sounds like a wedding vow.
Well, the only thing I'm gonna do, I do.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on item number 16, DCR record number LA-R-24-100614-ANN and environmental number ENV-100614-ANN. This is a request from Valley Herbal Center Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 829 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 14522 West Victory Boulevard. One moment, please. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative from the neighborhood council?
No, there is not.
Okay, at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director for item number 16, DCR record number LA-R-24-100614-ANN for the applicant Valley Herbal Center Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business premises is located at 14522 West Victory Boulevard. They are located in Council District number 6. They are located within the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council District. They are not located in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Van Nuys, North Sherman Oaks. The property is zoned for commercial activity. This is an existing medical marijuana dispensary legacy operator, part of the department's phase 1 process. DCR is recommending a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions under the DCR Environmental Report ENV-100614-ANN. Either the DCR or the Commission may deny an application for the reasons listed in Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize some, but not all of those reasons: failure to provide DCR a complete information forms or documents, procuring a license by fraud or making a material misrepresentation, revocation of a temporary approval license or denial of a license application by another licensing agency, creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. An owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States. An owner is an individual who holds office or is employed by the state of California or any of its subdivisions in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The business fails to comply with the municipal code or DCR rules and regulations, including but not limited to engaging in a licensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 104.15. If the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the conviction or enforcement action, in any improper zoning or distancing of the business from the sensitive uses. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the license for reasons listed under Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the Commission approve the recommendations included in the staff report, which are also on the screen, and to issue an annual license to Valley Herbal Center Incorporated. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for the Assistant Director? It is noted that Commissioner Melendez has temporarily stepped away. Commissioner, the remaining commissioners, any questions? Okay, sorry. Do I have a speaker card for a representative for Valley Herbal Center? We do not. Okay, well then at this time, is there anyone online?
There is actually. Caller, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Molly Pitluck, and I'm speaking on behalf of Valley Herbal Center today. Thank you so much for providing the opportunity. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to attend in person, but I wanted to make a brief statement and be able to answer any questions you have. Valley Herbal Center, or VHC, has been at its current location for the past 10 years. They've developed meaningful relationships with their patients and clients to provide them safe and effective medicinal and then later recreational cannabis. They have worked hard to get all of its licenses issued and maintain compliance with the state and the city, first in compliance with Prop D, then through all the different changes to the DCR amendments and the state code and MRSA, Business and Professions Code. Valley Herbal prides itself in keeping its facility and the surrounding area clean and well kept to enhance the quality of life in the neighborhood. They have proper indoor and outdoor lighting to keep the surrounding neighbors and patients safe. All security cameras record the inside and outside of the licensed premises, including the roof, 24/7, which security guards monitor closely during operating hours. And then after operating hours, we still monitor them. During operating hours, when the security guards are on site, they do an hourly perimeter check around the building to ensure the safety of all patients and customers and neighbors. Valley Herbal has never received a complaint from a neighbor or from the city in the past 10 years that it has worked there. They strictly prohibit loitering and consumption on or around the licensed premises to avoid any nuisance issues. There have been months where they serve approximately 400 plus medicinal patients. That's an average, providing relief for nausea and insomnia related to cancer treatments and epilepsy. Over the years, they have paid thousands, just like all the other applicants here. They have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years in licensing and compliance fees and taxes in a timely manner. They contacted its neighborhood council as required, offering to speak, but were not requested to do so. They're in the process of getting their site evaluation for the public health permit so that they can have their retail emblem issued well before the end of the year. And most important to you, they meet all the criteria for the issuance of an annual dispensary license. None of the, as Mr. Colleen pointed out, none of the general denial reasons apply to VHC. The premises match the diagrams. DCR and DCC have always been allowed access to the premises. Like I said, there have been no complaints issued. They've never been denied a license, permit, or other authorization to engage in commercial cannabis activity. The business premises has never been the site of a utility shutoff or conviction for unlicensed cannabis activity. There is no record on file with law enforcement indicating a public safety issue, a potential public safety issue. All of the owners meet the requirements under law, and same with primary personnel. There have been no fraud convictions in the past 20 years. There have been no convictions for wage violations involving any felonies involving guns, sex, hate crimes, any of those horrible things. Nobody has ever held office in any government agency related to commercial cannabis activity or otherwise, nor have they incurred a civil judgment regarding illegal cannabis activity. Valley Herbal really appreciates this opportunity, and we are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, there are no questions. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding item number 16, DCR record number LA-R-24-100614-ANN and environmental number ENV-100614-ANN with the applicant Valley Herbal Center, Inc. at the business premises located at 14522 West Victory Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated March 29, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
For the record, Commissioner Melendez was not present for this item.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 17 is DCR record number LA dash
For the record, Commissioner Melendez is back for agenda item number 17.
We are now on item number 17, DCR record number LA-R-24-310120-ANN and environmental number ENV-310120-ANN. This is a request from 14901 Sherman Way LLC to approve an annual license for an 829 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 14903 West Sherman Way. Mr. Vizo, is there a neighborhood council representative present?
No, there isn't.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, here for agenda item number 17. DCR record number LA-R-24-310120-ANN for the applicant 14901 Sherman Way LLC. This is a social equity applicant that applied as part of our Phase 3 Retail Round 1 application process. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business is located at 14903 West Sherman Way Boulevard, which is located within Council District number 6. The closest neighborhood council is the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council. There is no business improvement district. And the community plan area is Van Nuys, North Sherman Oaks. The property is zoned for commercial activity. Therefore, DCR is recommending a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions under DCR report number ENV-310120-ANN. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize some of those reasons, but not all: failure to provide DCR complete information, forms, or documents, procuring a license by fraud, or making a material misrepresentation, revocation of temporary approval, or the denial of a license or other authorization to engage in commercial cannabis activity by another agency. The creation of a significant public safety concern is documented by a law enforcement agency. An owner is incorporated outside of the United States. The owner is an individual who holds office or is employed by the state of California or any of its subdivisions in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. They've engaged in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity, failed to comply with the municipal code or DCR rules and regulations, such as if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the conviction or the date of the enforcement action. The business is properly zoned and distanced in accordance with Municipal Code Section 105.02. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the license for the reasons listed in Section 104.04. Therefore, just want to mention that there were no complaints submitted through the DCR complaint portal nor are there any compliance issues outstanding. DCR has not conducted its annual compliance inspection for this location yet. Therefore, DCR is recommending that the commission approve the recommendations included in the department staff report, which are also on the screen, as well as approve the issuance of an annual license for the retail storefront activity to 14901 Sherman Way LLC. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Commissioners, any questions for Assistant Director Khalil?
This is Commissioner Lim. The community report indicates several people against the applicant giving a license. Do you know if we followed up on those objections?
Yes, as part of the community impact statement, we did not find any violations that were substantiated through any of the complaints identified in the community meeting.
Any additional questions? Okay, we do have a representative on behalf of the business here. Narek or Danyan. I may have butchered that. I do apologize. Thank you.
Good
Please-
afternoon.
Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant. Speak directly into the mic and you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Narek Verdanian, and I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for 14901 Sherman Way LLC. The community knows us as Valley Verde. And I would like to thank everyone. I would like to thank the commissioners, the city attorney's office, who always comes through when we need interpretation of some important laws. And also, very importantly, I'd like to thank the directors of the DCR, who I think have done an outstanding job considering the huge mandate that they have. Oftentimes it's overlooked. You all are putting together the compliance framework for a billion-dollar industry, and you guys are at the frontier of it. I would like to keep this statement short so that hopefully everyone can get back to their families this evening. But thank you for the recommendation, Jason. I think the record speaks for itself. For the past 4 years, our team has been navigating an intense compliance process, both with the Department of Cannabis Regulation and with the Department of Cannabis Control. And I'm very proud as the compliance officer to report to you that we've had no issues whatsoever. We have unblemished record, and that goes for disciplinary notices. We have 0. We have no tax delinquencies. Anytime the DCRs wanted forms from us or acknowledgements or authorizations, we've been quick to get back to our analysts who have done an amazing job. And so I'll be available for any questions, but I don't want to go into the details of our compliance because I assure you the record speaks for itself. Another important factor is our community efforts to integrate with the community. I think we've done it in such an organic way where 100% of our staff consists of people who live within our community, and they were actually customers of ours who became friends, and we hired them. I think that in that way, we are very tuned into the community. People tell us when there's complaints, we address it right away. They know we're available. And we've reached out to the neighborhood council, the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, and they know that we're available for any questions that they may have. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this application.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Did you attend the community meeting that took place on March 14th?
Yes, Commissioner Lim.
And there's a 45 comments, which is pretty profound, with 36 favorable and 9 unfavorable, which is very good ratio and very good outcome of that. Did you, in regards to the one against the application, they talk about smoking outside of the retail store. Has that happened, and what measures have you taken so that there is no smoking outside of the retail store?
I think that the preventative measures we've taken have assured that there are no incidents and there are no law enforcement records or reports we've taken necessary precautions to prevent cannabis consumption on site and on our premises. We have to remember that we're in Van Nuys and in Los Angeles, and there does happen to be cannabis smoking on the streets, and we cannot enforce to that extent. But yeah, we were I was present at the meeting, and we were very happy that so many people came out and spoke in favor of our application, because we had posted it, and everyone knew that they have the opportunity to do so.
Do you guys have cameras outside of your retail store to monitor anyone smoking cannabis outside of the store?
Absolutely. We have cameras that face in every direction and cover every possible angle that we can reasonably cover. And we encourage our security guards to show presence in and around the facility, not to just stay inside, because that is one of the best ways to prevent loitering and consumption on the premises.
This is Commissioner Lim again. Is there any issues with the reckless driving on the plaza or accidents that took place around your retail store?
We've never had an issue with reckless driving on the premises.
Thank you. And again, it's very favorable that you had, out of 45, you had 36 in favor of the application.
Thank you, Commissioner.
This is President Mason. A quick question for the department. The applicants themselves are not required to put a posting notice about upcoming hearings, are they, within the store?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
So when we provide the mail notice, we do provide each of the applicants with a poster, and they post it facing the exterior of the facility so folks know, and they provide evidence that the posters were posted. So it's part of the normal posting requirements.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other questions?
Commissioner Farmacie, you mentioned that you all were known as something else. You're listed here as 14901 Sherman Way LLC. Is there like a name of the?
Yes, Commissioner. So 14901 LLC was when the founders couldn't decide a name, so they just named it what they thought was the address. The address is actually 14903, so it's very confusing dealing with the paperwork. I wish it wasn't the case, but we do business as Valley Verde, and yeah, that's what the community
Valley
knows us
Verde?
as. Valley Verde, correct.
And I'm sorry if I may, can I just have you repeat your name for the record?
Sure. First name is Narek, Narek. Last name Vardanian, Vardanyan.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Melendez. For item 17, DCR record LA-R-24120-120-A9ANN. And environmental number ENV-310210-ANN.
That's incorrect.
I'm going to say it one more time. Environmental number ENV-31021. Oh,
City Attorney Allison Toll, ENV-310120-ANN.
I have 210.
It's one way on
Yeah.
the agenda and a different way on the
Yeah.
script. On the PowerPoint, it is 120.
The agenda item on the PowerPoint and the staff report is correct. It's 310120. So if there's a scrivener's error on the notes for the commissioners, I apologize.
okay. For the business premises located at 14903 West Sherman Way, I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated on their staff reports dated March 29, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Farmacie, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye. But I just want to clarify for the record on the agenda, the LA-R number is correct. The EMV numbers are transposed. Okay, thank you.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are at item 18. DCR record number LA-R-24-100031-ANN and environmental number ENV-100031-ANN. This is a request from DTPG Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 15,963 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 930 South Alameda Street. Ms. Treviso, is there a neighborhood council representative present?
No, there is not.
At this time, we will hear from department staff. And for the record, Commissioner Farmby has stepped away temporarily.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Killeen, Assistant Executive Director for agenda item number 18, DCR record number LAR-24-10000310-ANN. The applicant's name is DTPG Collective Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business premises is located at 930 South Alameda Street within Council District number 14. They are located within the downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council District. They are not in a business improvement district. The community plan area is Central City North. The parcel is zoned M3, which is for heavy manufacturing. This zoning designation does comply with Municipal Code Section 105.02, so it is a compliant location. This is a phase 1 existing medical marijuana dispensary. They are one of our legacy operators. As such, the department has recommended a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions under the DCR Environmental Analysis Report ENV-100031-ANN. DCR or the commission may deny an application for reasons stated in Municipal Code Section 104.04. To summarize some, but not all of the reasons would include failure to provide complete information, forms, or documents, procuring the license by fraud or making a material misrepresentation, revocation of a license or denial of a license by another licensing agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem is documented by a law enforcement agency, an owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States, or an owner is an individual who holds office or is employed in the capacity within the state or any of its subdivisions where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The business failed to comply with the municipal code or DCR's rules and regulations, including but not limited to engaging in licensed commercial cannabis activity in violation of Municipal Code Section 104.15. If the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlock, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the conviction or the enforcement action. As I mentioned, this property is properly zoned and properly distanced, so there are no issues with that. At present, we have not received any complaints associated with this applicant. We have not conducted our 2024 annual compliance inspection, so there's no outstanding compliance issues to discuss today. At present, we're not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the license for the reasons listed in Section 104.04. Therefore, the department is recommending the approval of the recommendations included in the staff report, which are also on the screen, and the issuance of an annual license to DTPG Collective Incorporated. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners present, are there any questions for Assistant Director Killeen?
This is Commissioner Lim. What's the can you explain the difference between cultivation and manufacturing?
Yes, sir. Are you the difference in the activities or the zoning and distancing requirements?
In the activity.
For cultivation, the cultivation allows for folks to have live plants on premise that they grow. We also have a cultivation processor license, which allows somebody to trim the plants and be able to process. For manufacturing, the city of Los Angeles does not allow for volatile manufacturing at this time. So all of the manufacturing activities are non-volatile. It could include infusion, extraction, packaging and labeling are considered manufacturing activities by the state. Also, folks are able to have shared facilities. So there's a type S manufacturing license where businesses can use the same equipment, provided not more than one licensee is using the equipment at any given time. At the city of Los Angeles level, all of the non-volatile manufacturing activities can fall under the type 6 umbrella. And if folks are not utilizing all of the activities, they do have the ability to apply for sub-activities, which may reduce the building permits or fire permits that would be necessary to comply with the code.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Assistant Director Colleen? Okay, hearing none, do we have a speaker card from the
No,
applicant?
there is no speaker card and there is no caller on the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion that applicant number 18 LA-R-10031-ANN with the environmental number 100031-ANN. DTPG Collective Inc. located at 930 South Alameda Street, that the staff report is approved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
For the record, Commissioner Farmby was not present during this item. Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
And President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 19, DCR record number LA-R-24-100072-ANN and environmental number ENV-100072-ANN. This is a request from Ironworks Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 6,429 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 718 East Commercial Street. And for the record, Commissioner Farmby has returned to the proceedings. Mr. Rizzo, is there a neighborhood council representative present?
No, there is not.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director, speaking on behalf of Agenda Item 19, DCR record number LA-R-24-100072-ANN. The applicant's name is Ironworks Collective Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity pursuant to Municipal Code Section 104.06. The business is located at 718 East Commercial Street, which is located within the 14th Council District. The neighborhood council is the Arts District Little Tokyo. They are located within the Arts District Los Angeles Business Improvement District. The community plan area is Central City North. The property is zoned for heavy manufacturing, which is an M3 zone. This does comply with the land use requirements under 105.02. This is a phase 1 existing medical marijuana dispensary legacy operator. Therefore, the department is recommending that we issue a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions listed under the DCR staff report ENV-100072-ANN. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in the Los Angeles Municipal Code. To summarize some of the reasons, but not all: failure to provide DCR complete information, forms, or documents, the procuring of a license by fraud or making a material misrepresentation, the revocation of a license or denial of a license by another licensing agency, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency, the owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States, or the owner is an individual who holds office or is employed by the state of California, or any of its subdivisions where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. Failure to comply with the municipal code, DCR rules and regulations, such as engaging in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity, or if the business premises was the site of a utility disconnect, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the conviction or enforcement action. As I stated, the property is properly zoned and distanced, so it does comply with those requirements. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. We did not receive any complaints associated with this location, and we have not completed the 2024 annual compliance, so there are no outstanding compliance issues to discuss today. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission to approve the recommendations included in the DCR staff report, which are also on the screen, and to issue an annual license for the retail storefront activity to Ironworks Collective Incorporated.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Any questions for the Assistant Director? Okay, hearing none. Do we have, I don't have a speaker card. Do we have a representative virtually?
If anyone is on the virtual meeting and you're representing this item, please dial *9. There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vizo. As there is no representative, commissioners, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Let's see here, for item number 19, DCR record number LAR 24-100072-ANN, environmental number ENV-100072-ANN, for the business premises located at 718 East Commercial Street. I state the applicant name is Ironworks Collective, Inc. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated March 29, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This Vice President Nash. I second it.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item 20 is DCR record number LA-R-24-100610-AN and an environmental number ENV-100610-ANN. This is a request from California Herbal Remedies Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 2,725 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 5470 East Valley Boulevard. Ms. Trevizo, is there a representative for a neighborhood, from the neighborhood council present?
No.
Thank you so much. We will now hear from staff.
Good evening, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director here for agenda item number 20. DCR record number LA-R-24-100610-ANN for the applicant California Herbal Remedies Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the retail storefront type 10 license that allows for on-site sales pursuant to municipal code section 104.06. The business is located at 5470 East Valley Boulevard. within Council District number 14. They are within the council or the neighborhood council boundaries of LA-32. They are not in a business improvement district. The community plan area is the Northeast Los Angeles community plan area. The property is zoned for commercial activities. This is a phase 1 existing medical marijuana dispensary and legacy operator. Therefore, the department is recommending a notice of exemption pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions under the DCR Environmental Report ENV-100610-ANN. Either DCR or the commission may deny an application for the reasons stated in the municipal code section 104.04. To summarize some, but not all of those denial reasons would include failure to provide DCR complete information forms or documents, procuring the license by fraud or making a material misrepresentation, the revocation of a license or the denial of a license application by another licensing authority, the creation of a significant public safety problem as documented by a law enforcement agency. An owner is an entity incorporated outside of the United States. An owner is an individual who holds office or is employed by the state of California or any of its subdivisions in a capacity where their duties include enforcement or regulation of cannabis. The business failed to comply with the Los Angeles Municipal Code, DCR's rules and regulations, or engaged in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. If the business premises was a site of a utility disconnection, padlocking, or certain criminal convictions for a period of 5 years from the date of the conviction or enforcement action. The property is properly zoned in distance and meets the requirements of 105.02. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this license for the reasons listed in section 104.04. If you look at Exhibit B of the staff report, as part of the Compliance and Enforcement Division transmission to the commission, there was a single complaint received through the DCR licensing portal related to product safety, which was referred to the California Department of Cannabis Control. It was alleged that a product made somebody sick. DCR does not have the testing ability or ability to verify it. That's all handled by the state's Department of Cannabis Control. So we don't have any follow-up information. On March 6, 2024, DCR performed its annual compliance inspection, and they found some minor violations related to technical requirements, operational requirements, and security requirements, as well as delivery requirements. All of the violations were minor, and as described in the compliance summary provided to this commission, the recent compliance check for the business did not reveal any serious concerns that impacted DCR's ability to recommend this application for licensure. To the extent corrective action is needed, or there are any questions about the compliance memo, Ms. Rocky Wiles is available. And with that, the department would recommend the commission to approve the recommendations included in the DCR staff report, which are also on the screen, and to issue an annual license to California Herbal Remedies Incorporated. And that concludes the department's report.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the Assistant Director?
This is Vice President Nass. I have a question. I'm not sure if it should be directed to you or Rocky, but there was a complaint that there was some product that made somebody sick. It was referred to California Department of Cannabis Regulation. And was there any follow-up from DCR with the California Department?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Department of Cannabis Regulation. The complaint was referred to them back in 2020. This is before we even had a compliance and enforcement division. We did not do any follow-up of that complaint, no. But just working with the DCC, they do go, when they receive these complaints, they do go and do their own compliance inspection. And I can report back on what that process is at another meeting. When we do refer complaints to another agency, if that would help.
In the future, if this were to arise again, would the department follow up with the California department?
In a perfect world, if I had unlimited resources, we would package all this for you. I mean, I can't, we will try. I have 3 staff that are doing all these compliance inspections, the follow-ups, and it just becomes very overwhelming to, we have to rely on other agencies to do their job. If this is something that the commission would like, we can try to follow up on all these complaints that were referred to other agencies. But it would be very, very difficult for us to do it consistently. I will say.
I understand the limitations of the department, but this is involving health and safety. And I would take a complaint about product that made somebody sick very seriously. And so I would recommend in the future that there be a policy that the department does follow up on something like that.
Noted, yes.
This Commissioner Lim, this complaint was filed in 2020. Now, do we know if the state, the Department of Cannabis Control issued a license to California Herbal Remedies?
Yes, they did.
So that would seem to imply that
they would have.
That complaint was not followed up and didn't materialize.
I would assume so, yes.
Or there were no this is President Mason, or there were no findings. My question is, do we know if there was any litigation, any civil litigation as a result of the complaint?
I'm not aware of any civil litigation. No, yeah.
This is Commissioner Lim again. The complaints that your office has found was that there was subletting space without DCR approval.
Yes.
What is the steps for an applicant to get subleasing approval from DCR?
They would have to submit a modification to the department. After I did meet with staff about that, and the applicant has recently reached back out to us and has told us that they're no longer doing that. It wasn't another cannabis business. It was, according to the person that my staff met with, it was just a portion of it was being used as an office or some other business. Yeah, so it wasn't, like Jason said, it wasn't a big deficiency, but they obviously are not supposed to be doing that if the business premises diagram shows one use and it's being used for another purpose. So they have already stopped doing that, by the way.
And that was not a cannabis related business?
No,
for sublet.
no, it
Okay.
wasn't. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just to talk about the public health and product safety requirements, when a referral is made to the Department of Cannabis Control, through the track and trace, all of the products have specific batch identifications for testing purposes. So the state does have the ability to look back. And if they do determine that there are samples that are tainted in one way or another, they do issue a recall, and the department does receive those recall notices, and we do post them. So to our knowledge, the product that was at issue here did not actually result in a recall of the products, nor was there any litigation or anything else stemming from this to the department's knowledge.
This is Vice President Nash. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions for Assistant Director Colleen? Okay, we have an audience member who has held out. I do believe she is here representing the applicants. So Ms. Shelby Lopez, please come forward. State your name for the record, and you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Hi, guys. My name is Shelby. I'll try to keep this real tight for you guys. My name is Shelby Lopez. I am here to speak in support of California Herbal Remedies, DBA Los Angeles Kush. I've worked in the cannabis space recreational cannabis space for 6 years. I've worked in cannabis for closer to a decade. My technical title is Chief of Inventory, Human Resources, and General Compliance, but it's a little corny. I consider myself the leader of the team. I'm very much the mother hen of the organization. I work with our in-store management on a daily basis. I talk to all 6 of them every single day to make sure that our operations are adhering to the community standards that we've put in place, as well as the compliance first culture that we have implemented at our store. California Herbal Remedies is one of the oldest shops in Los Angeles, operating for over 15 years with an untarnished record. During this time, we've established ourselves as a friendly, accessible, and consistent community member. We have positive and longstanding relationships with other businesses in our shopping complex, as well as other community stakeholders like CSULA, that I went to. I trained as a special educator there. And our local Hollenbeck LAPD detectives who, you know, unfortunately, they have to come by a little bit more than would be good for the community, but we're happy to always give them our footage. So we see them quite frequently. Instead of a consultant or lawyer, I personally serve as community liaison, so that I have the ability to make those procedural and policy changes on the day-to-day to make sure that any cure and correction that comes from the DCR can be implemented in like a pretty quick manner. Michelle did my compliance inspection. Hi, Michelle. And, you know, everything has pretty much been cure and corrected. There's one thing, like we said, with the delivery, it's just numbers straight up. We need like a DMV number. I had to go to the CHP, but the CHP needed a US dot number. So that's all taken care of. But things like that allow, like me being in control of all of the day-to-day policies and procedures really makes it easy to kind of cure and correct, change, and go with the flow of any changes in regulation or community requirements. We are a proud local business. We currently provide 30 competitive full-time jobs in our local area. We are proud to offer full benefit packages to all of our employees, including vacation, 401k, and Kaiser, and that includes part-time employees. We only have 2 right now. We aim not only to meet the standards of similarly situated, you know, retailers in our area, but to meet and exceed them for the good of our community, for our employees and their families. A large part of our commitment to community is adhering to the laws and regulations that community has put forth. We have comprehensive procedures and policies in place to make sure we are addressing those operational requirements, whether it be inventory management, security, personnel. We've been in the retail space for so long that it's easy to pivot and understand how to quickly and comprehensively address any issues that may arise either from day-to-day operations, the DCC or the DCR making any updates. You know, I'd like to thank you guys. I know you guys are troopers. This is a long meeting. It's been a long process. I wouldn't want to deal with this many cannabis applicants, to be honest. But I did just want to actually address something regarding the subleasing, because our lawyer had to leave. But we do have a response. So we aren't subletting any part of the premises. We are conducting retail operations on the first floor and our manufacturing operations on the second. The attached temp approval approves both operations, for which we also have corresponding state licenses. The approvals were renewed in 2024 under annual record numbers LA-C-24-100610-ANN and LA-R-24-100610-ANN. And both have a status of temporary approval in the DCR portal. So just to clear that up, because I know that sounds kind of intense and definitely a no-no. But there's no one in that building that is not owned entirely by our company. So that being said, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to, you know, or if y'all want to get out of here, I'm cool with that too.
Well, hi, it's President Mason.
Hi.
Thank you for being here and for your endurance.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like this stuff.
Can you speak to the allegation of toxicity of the product?
For
and
sure. I know
what that
exactly
was?
I know exactly what incident this was. Whenever something like this happens on site, I have my inventory manager, Daniel, he looks into it for me. He pulls the certificate of analysis for the product in question. All of our products that we manufacture ourselves, they're obviously not on site. Those are done through a third-party manufacturer. But all of our COAs have come back clean. We've never had any product fail testing. If it ever failed testing, it was completely remediated per the DCC standards. I can only think that one of our batches ever failed off the top of my head, and I'm not even sure that they released that. It might have just been for a R&R COA. I believe that this was a package of 1 gram black gelato shatter. Unfortunately, when it comes to smoking and inhaling cannabis concentrates, you really do have to be diligent and responsible as the consumer if you are intaking that product at too high of a temperature, or if you are over smoking, or if you are co-smoking, say you smoke cigarettes or something else, you might have like some sort of comorbidity. Like for me, I have asthma. I cannot smoke concentrate. It becomes a major issue for my lungs. So that was the only, I've been here for the entire time. That's been the only product complaint that we've ever had. And it was black gelato, and we haven't had a similar complaint either with that SKU or with a similarly situated product, meaning like a comparable shatter. We haven't had any complaints in that realm.
And was there a response from the state of California on that?
Not to us directly.
Okay.
I know that there's, I wonder how like diligent that individual was, if it was just a single complaint. I know that they did come to the store and we did rectify the situation with them like one-on-one, but I guess, you know, some people like to escalate it, which is totally cool, but we did not hear anything back from the DCR. And we didn't really even hear anything back from that individual after we had rectified it in store with management.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Lim, in the most recent inspection that took place on March 6, 2024, there was 13 citations against your store. 13 seems to be more than the average and quite a bit. While none of them were dealing with health and safety issues, 13 does seem a lot. What have you done to rectify and make sure you're in compliance?
So as of right now, it was a lot of things like we had recently painted the facade of the building. So essentially all of the verbiage and all of our posters that were supposed to be put back and laminated on the building after construction had completed, that was not done. That's been rectified with my in-store management. They are a rather young group of people. I think I'm like the oldest person there and I'm 33. So everyone skews very young, and I try to address their mistakes with, you know, some compassion and grace. Obviously, we don't want any compliance violations, but I didn't really want to rip them a new one over a poster. When it comes to things like inventory, security, bringing people into the building that are of the appropriate age, loitering, trespassing, those are things that I have like a zero tolerance policy for. I will admit we were missing some posters. I think that was like a majority, and then we were missing a license for delivery. I think we were missing a
This is Commissioner Lim again. You did get lack of state permit for security personnel and lack of investigation procedure for criminal activities.
Okay, so Coldwater Security, God bless their heart, is our contracted security company. I am in possession of their written SOPs. They had them at the time of the inspection. I just couldn't get a hold of them to get them over to me. So we do have written SOPs for that portion. And then what was the second thing?
The second one was
The state permit. So
investigation procedure of criminal activities, yes.
yeah, all of our operators are required to have third-party security personnel, and then it's incumbent on those security personnel to keep their stuff up to date. And then we hold the licensee, of course, accountable, and then they have to hold their vendor accountable. One of the things that DCR decoupled from the local process were the security policies and procedures, the hiring policies and procedures, because when we originally adopted the ordinance, the thought was the state would be the first mover to issue the annual license, and then we would review the information. When we had to decouple from the state process and be the first mover, we pulled the security requirements out of our process. So once they do get their state annual license, they will file with us all of the security procedures and everything else necessary, and that will bring them fully in compliance with this.
So we don't know what was lacking here. This is investigation procedure for criminal activities.
As part of the security procedures, they're supposed to detail if there's a complaint about criminal activity, you know, how would they contact the LAPD and law enforcement agencies to report stuff? That is all stuff that gets incorporated into the SOPs for the security personnel. And unfortunately, at this time, when they did the investigation, the licensee wasn't able to get a hold of the security company to make that available to the investigator.
There, and since there was no SOP, you get cited for that. Got it.
Yeah, but we have all
Thank
them
you.
now. Basically the entire list. I meant, you were asking like, oh, would the licensee know what they needed to cure and correct after the inspection. The only way a licensee wouldn't know what to cure and correct after the inspection is if they weren't paying attention or if they didn't show up. So, you know, like I fixed everything. I think the only thing lingering is that damn CHP number, but everything else has been, it took like 48 hours to fix-ish.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number LA -R -24-100610 -ANN and environmental number ENV -100610 -ANN for the business located at 5470 East Valley Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated March 29, 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
Commissioner Farmacie, second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmacie, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
That concludes our commission business for this evening. This meeting is now adjourned. The time is 6:34 PM.